Muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Mi nombre es, para los que no me conocen, mi nombre es Mari Sánchez y soy la presidenta ejecutiva de Grupo Nexos. Para nosotros es un placer darles la bienvenida y que estén aquí en el día de hoy, en este gran evento que esperamos sea de beneficio para todos y todas. Tenemos una gran representación, tenemos colegas aquí del Gobierno de Puerto Rico, tenemos colegas del Departamento de Educación, del Departamento de la Familia, de AMSCA, de tribunales, tenemos colegas de Fortaleza, tenemos colegas de SAL. Así que gracias por estar aquí. Si se me quedó algún grupo del Gobierno de Puerto Rico, me disculpo. También tenemos representación amplia de las instituciones académicas del país, de programas de trabajo social, de programas de consejería y de psicología. Tenemos colegas en formación, gracias por estar aquí. Tenemos colegas que adiestran y acompañan a esos colegas en formación, gracias por estar aquí. Tenemos colegas que, ¿verdad?, dan servicios terapéuticos y acompañamientos a familia, gracias por estar aquí. De igual forma, tenemos colegas del tercer sector, organizaciones de base comunitaria.
Por la salud y el bienestar de las comunidades en Puerto Rico, somos Grupo Nexos. Con más de 14 años de experiencia, usamos prácticas basadas en evidencia como socios científicos de proyectos de salud pública e innovación comunitaria. Nuestro equipo está compuesto por psicólogos, planificadores, evaluadores, trabajadores sociales, epidemiólogos, expertos en administración y salud pública, entre otros profesionales. Como organización sin fines de lucro, ofrecemos servicios de consultoría bajo una triada colaborativa, un modelo compuesto por un socio científico que aporta conocimiento y asesoría en prácticas basadas en evidencia, un inversionista social que provee fondos para financiar la implementación y un ente implementador que ejecuta el proyecto. En Grupo Nexos estamos comprometidos en desarrollar programas de servicio como socios científicos con verdadero impacto social para todas nuestras comunidades.
Saben, toman la colaboración de todos y todas. Construimos país juntos. Así que parte del auspicio de esta actividad viene del ADFAN, del Departamento de la Familia y su gran compromiso con las familias y niños de Puerto Rico. Y como saben, ¿verdad? Family First es la reforma federal más grande que ha ocurrido en la historia de los Estados Unidos para mejorar los servicios de cuidado a los niños y a las familias. Vamos a ver un corto video y entonces los dejo con nuestra administradora, Glenda Gerena.
Territorios va a transformarse. El Family First Prevention Services Act es el sistema de cuidado y bienestar de menores en Estados Unidos y sus territorios va a transformarse. El Family First Prevention Services Act es una ley federal autorizada por el Congreso que busca evitar la separación de familias y promover que los menores permanezcan, siempre que sea posible, en sus hogares o con familiares. Así busca reducir la institucionalización de menores. Para lograrlo, la ley amplía el apoyo en términos de fondos federales para los servicios de bienestar y prevención dirigidos a familias. Además, fija nuevas guías para los procesos de ubicación de menores en cuidado sustituto. La investigación demuestra que crecer en un ambiente familiar, en un concepto más amplio e inclusivo, es esencial para los menores, especialmente para aquellos que han sufrido maltrato o negligencia. Family First provee fondos federales para programas de salud mental, programas de abuso de sustancias, programas de destrezas de crianza y programas de apoyo y acompañamiento familiar. Como elemento innovador, la ley federal introduce un requisito clave para estos programas. Deben usar prácticas basadas en evidencia e informadas en trauma. Para poder desarrollar la infraestructura necesaria para su implementación, Puerto Rico, al igual que la mayoría de los estados y territorios, entró en un periodo de prórroga, lo que significa que la implementación y cumplimiento con Family First entraría en vigor a partir de octubre de 2021. El Departamento de la Familia, a través de la Administración de Familias y Niños, ha creado un comité timón encargado de la coordinación y colaboración entre las agencias de gobierno impactadas por la legislación federal. Además, trabaja con un socio científico y el insumo de diferentes sectores como organizaciones de base comunitaria y sin fines de lucro, con el fin de lograr una transición adecuada hacia los nuevos requisitos y una implementación exitosa. Family First brinda una oportunidad única de reestructurar el sistema de cuidado y bienestar de menores de Puerto Rico, proveyendo el apoyo y las herramientas necesarias para mantener las familias unidas en un hogar seguro. Para más información, accede familiesfirstpr.com.
Ahora los dejo con la señora Glenda Gerena Ríos, administradora del ARFAM, para unas palabras de bienvenida.
Muy buenos días. ¿Me escuchan? ¿Me escuchan, María? Muy buenos días a todos y todas. Para mí es un verdadero privilegio estar aquí frente a todos ustedes para dar comienzo y para poder establecer lo que es esta conferencia. Reciban un saludo cordial de todos los de la Administración de Familias y Niños, Departamento de la Familia. Yo soy la administradora del ATFAM. Estoy sumamente entusiasmada de ver tantas personas reunidas aquí hoy para participar de este adiestramiento. Esta oportunidad representa un componente importante de los esfuerzos que estamos realizando para fortalecer las capacidades y el apresto de nuestro personal y del sistema de prevención y preservación familiar con relación a la implementación de Family First en Puerto Rico. El sistema estamos adaptando un enfoque preventivo dirigido a la preservación familiar para promover la seguridad, el bienestar de la población en riesgo mientras permanecen en sus familias y en ambientes familiares. Durante los pasados años hemos estado capacitando a nuestro personal y preparando a todos los participantes y proveedores del sistema de bienestar familiar para ofrecer programas y servicios con este enfoque preventivo dirigido a mantener a la población infantil-juvenil junto a sus familias, siempre que sea posible y seguro. Se trata de un esfuerzo de responsabilidad compartida entre el Departamento de la Familia y todo el sistema. Gracias a esta transformación, nuestras familias, la niñez y la juventud recibirán mejores servicios para atender sus necesidades en las áreas de salud mental, trastornos por el consumo de sustancias controladas y destrezas de crianza en el hogar. Esto amplía las colaboraciones entre el Departamento de la Familia y los proveedores de la comunidad. También nos pone en una mejor posición para ofrecer apoyo y dar servicios a la niñez y juventud que el Estado determine cuando un menor se encuentra en riesgo y que deba ser removido de su hogar. Atender estas situaciones familiares y asegurar el bienestar de nuestra niñez y juventud es y debe ser siempre nuestra más alta prioridad. Agradezco su interés en ser parte de este esfuerzo. Les invito a trabajar juntos a nosotros para lograr esta transformación sea efectiva y aprovechar las oportunidades que trae para construir un mejor futuro para nuestras familias. Yo le quiero agradecer, ¿verdad?, en esta mañana de hoy a nuestro socio científico, ¿verdad?, que es el Grupo Nexos, a Marisaida, que pido, ¿verdad?, que le den un aplauso porque yo sé que ella dice que esto es del departamento, que es de familia, pero esto ha sido un trabajo en equipo, en colaboración. Hemos estado atendiendo lo que es esta transformación del sistema del 2018. Han sido meses, días, años, pero cada día estoy más enfocada en que podamos seguir y continuar hacia esa transformación y sé que es posible, ¿verdad?, que es posible que nuestras familias, nuestros niños estén seguros en sus hogares y que podamos proveerles todas las herramientas y tengan todo ese abanico de oportunidades para poder seguir hacia adelante. Y esa es nuestra meta, ¿verdad?, garantizar esa seguridad y bienestar de todos los niños, todas las niñas y los jóvenes en Puerto Rico. Así que yo les agradezco a ustedes que estén aquí y habrá muchos más espacios como este para poder continuar forjando juntos un mejor bienestar para todos nuestros menores. Gracias.
De igual manera queremos dar las gracias, ¿verdad? Hoy vamos a hablar un poco, esta introducción a esta intervención pero sabemos que las prácticas basadas en evidencia son solo tan efectivas como respondan al contexto cultural en que se implementan. Así que queremos darle las gracias a Casey Foundation, quien es el grupo que ha aportado los fondos para poder hacer este proyecto de contextualizar Functional Family Therapy para Puerto Rico, y a la señora Cynthia Weaver. El esposo ya tuvo una situación familiar que le previno estar en Puerto Rico, pero con mucho gusto les presento al señor Edward Hayes de Cayuga Centers, que nos va a dar unas palabras en representación de Casey. Edward.
Let me start by apologizing that I'm not able to speak Spanish, which I should be speaking in. Thank you for going, and thank you for listening to me through a translator. I want to thank Mario, I want to thank Nexus for the contextualization project and with pulling today together. Not Cynthia. I'm not with the Annie Casey Foundation. I'm like many of you, I have my hand out and would love Annie Casey to fund us. You know, we'll go and we'll proceed together. I speak to you today in my role as both Cayuga Center's a human services provider and as one of the partners in FFT Partners, and want to talk to you a bit about doing FFT with Tom Sexton since 1999. I think everybody in this room has options, many things they could have done that they'd be very, very successful at. And instead, each and every one of us have decided to serve people, to try to go and to try to make this a better world. And I applaud you for doing that. I think as we do this, evidence-based practice, particularly FFT, can change how we work. For too often, our field has been fixing people, helping people, judging people. And evidence-based practice, particularly functional family therapy, helps us get into a partnership with those that we serve, where we recognize it's their lives and we can play a role in helping them set their goals and to forge their futures. We all have these wonderful intentions. The hard part of life is going and translating one's intentions into action. As providers, and I can speak from personal experience, FFT can transform how we serve people and can go and can produce wonderful outcomes. There's a lot of evidence-based services, there's a lot of evidence-based providers, and the joke used to be a good day for developers were to sell a product because then providers had to put it on their back and make it happen. And if it succeeded, it was because of the developer, and if not, it was because of the divider. Tom Astrid and all of FFT Partners has changed that equation and said they have a true partnership with the provider, and our job at FFT Partners is to help everybody who starts FFT go and succeed. And we will match to you, we will partner to you, just as FFT will give you the tools to match and to partner with those you serve. It's exciting to have you here. I started down this journey 25 years ago. Every day I'm grateful my agency did it. I think as you look back, if you start down the journey today, you're going to be grateful that you did it. And once again, my thanks to these folks, Nexus, Maria, all her staff, Christina, who have done such a wonderful job pulling today together. Thank you for giving me a few moments. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a él por esas palabras, ¿verdad? Y nos inspira a escuchar organizaciones de base comunitaria que han utilizado esta intervención en otros contextos, ¿verdad? El norte de nosotros es el buen vivir es un derecho humano. Y la Carta de Derechos de Puerto Rico, ¿verdad? Nuestro marco jurídico es un marco jurídico que cuida y protege a los niños. A veces es retante llevar lo que está en papel a la práctica, ¿verdad? Lo sabemos, pero es inspirador. Y quiero que abordemos este día de compartir juntos sabiendo que los niños y niñas de Puerto Rico, irrespectivo de dónde vengan, de qué municipio, de qué familia, tienen el derecho a desarrollarse a su máximo potencial. Así que no basta con protegerlos y cuidarlos de que ocurran cosas malas. Es importante proveerles los espacios para que se desarrollen. Y ese es nuestro norte, ¿verdad? Así que parte de utilizar mejores prácticas incluye la capacidad de escuchar, de entender, de integrar y hacer eso de una manera continua y sensible, de modo tal que la ciencia esté al servicio de lo que la gente necesita. Yo creo que Antonio Correger lo dijo más elocuentemente que yo, así que les quiero compartir este extracto de uno de sus poemas. Patria es saber los ríos, los valles, las montañas, los bohíos, los pájaros, las plantas y las flores, los caminos de monte y de la llanura, las aguas y los picos de la altura, las sombras y los colores, con que pinta el oriente y se despinte el occidente, los sabores del agua y de la tierra, los múltiples aromas, las hierbas y las lomas. Y me gusta siempre utilizar el arte y la poesía puertorriqueña para recordarnos, ¿verdad? Porque estamos aquí. Así que con esas palabras de Antonio Correger invito a la doctora Cristina Adames, líder del componente de Ciencias de Implementación de Grupo Nexos, a hablarnos un poquito de qué es escuchar, entender y hacerlo continuamente. Espero que disfruten.
Pues buenos días y nuevamente gracias. Van a escucharnos decir gracias múltiples veces durante el día porque verdaderamente nosotros lo que queremos ser es un recurso facilitador para brindarle todo eso que ustedes necesitan para ese arduo trabajo que se lleva a cabo para servir a las familias. Nosotros desde las profesiones de la salud llevamos años, décadas, hablando de la importancia de la cultura y el contexto, la importancia de que un servicio haga sentido para las personas a las que va a servir. Desde las décadas de los 60 y los 70, cuando estábamos hablando de los derechos civiles, la importancia de la dignidad de las personas, la importancia de reconocer que diferentes familias necesitan diferentes cosas. Desde que empezamos a trabajar con conceptos como lo que es la competencia cultural, la sensibilidad cultural, la humildad cultural, y llevamos mucho tiempo hablando de eso a nivel de la profesión. Pero a nivel de Puerto Rico, llevamos igual y aún más de lo que aparece aquí, haciendo trabajos dirigidos a visibilizar que la cultura y el contexto es importante, desde el trabajo social, desde la psicología, desde la consejería. Desde el 1998, aquí pueden ver varios de los trabajos. En el 2008, gracias a todo ese esfuerzo que se hace por todos ustedes, se creó lo que es el archivo digital, el archivo de las prácticas basadas en evidencia de Puerto Rico, que es un repositorio con más de 400 intervenciones implementadas en Puerto Rico, en Hispanoamérica, y que es un recurso para nosotros. Es importante nosotros tener nuestra información en nuestro lenguaje. A su vez, en el 2008, Puerto Rico tuvo la posibilidad de crear el grupo de Evidence Based Work Group, de prácticas basadas en evidencia, y tener un grupo dirigido a promover el uso de prácticas basadas en evidencia y acompañar en el proceso de implementación de las mismas. También en el 2011, Puerto Rico tuvo la oportunidad de hacer la Junta de Prácticas Basadas en Evidencia, que es un grupo dedicado específicamente de todos los sectores dirigidos a cómo nosotros pensamos las prácticas basadas en evidencia y cómo las implementamos y las llevamos de forma que hagan sentido, no solo para la familia, para aquel que tiene que dar el servicio, para aquella agencia que tiene que implementar el servicio y así por el estilo. Y hoy, gracias a todos ustedes, porque me acompañan en un umbral, en un momento histórico de movernos a la posibilidad de implementar terapia familiar funcional aquí en Puerto Rico. Y empezamos ese camino hoy con esta capacitación que esperamos que disfruten verdaderamente. Pero entonces, desde nuestro proyecto de contextualización, nosotros pensamos que es eso de contextualizar, que María se los trajo un poco, de escuchar, entender, integrar y hacerlo continuamente. Para la terapia familiar funcional, se ha hecho todo un trabajo de escuchar a través de toda la isla, donde hemos hablado con diferentes proveedores de servicios, diferentes personas y representantes del gobierno, de agencias, de non-profits, diferentes personas que queremos escuchar qué significa implementar un servicio dentro del contexto de Puerto Rico, cuáles son los retos, cuáles son los éxitos que ya existen, cuáles son esas lecciones aprendidas. A su vez también, importantísimo, incluir las voces de las familias y los menores. Ellos tienen algo que decir y ellos saben muy bien qué necesitan y qué quieren. Y es importante que cuando nosotros implementemos servicios, sus voces estén al frente. A su vez, también tuvimos oportunidad de ir a estos sectores más vulnerables, ir a los jóvenes dentro de las instituciones juveniles y preguntarle a ellos qué ellos necesitaban. Y todo eso nos ha permitido escuchar. Parte de ese proceso ha sido entonces movernos a cómo entender, teniendo al frente esa idea de la competencia cultural, donde yo tengo esa destreza, de esa sensibilidad, donde yo estoy constantemente dando cuenta de la importancia y esa cultura del otro, y también de la humildad, que conlleva de que yo esté intencionadamente, constantemente pensando en eso. Luego de hacer eso, porque no es suficiente entender, es importante integrar. Tenemos que pensar a qué nos llaman las mejores prácticas. Las mejores prácticas y las prácticas basadas en evidencia nos dicen que hay que integrar. Eso que nos dice que es efectivo, magnífico, ha demostrado que puede generar cambio, pero es importante de que la cultura, los valores, las opiniones y las características de las personas estén incluidas ahí. Luego de integrar, nos movemos a ese trabajo continuo, que no tan solo el Grupo Nexos, pero todos ustedes llevan haciendo por años y años, donde Puerto Rico tiene un historial muy rico de hacer prácticas basadas en evidencia y gracias a todo el trabajo que el Departamento de la Familia y la FAN ha hecho, en este momento estamos implementando 5 prácticas basadas en evidencia. Una de ellas nos estamos moviendo a Functional Family Therapy, que es de lo que vamos a estar hablando en el día de hoy. So, verdaderamente, nuevamente, gracias. Y lo voy entonces a dejar con nuestros colaboradores.
Gracias, Cristina. Antes de empezar, un poquito de autocuidado y housekeeping en buen español. Así que, nada, les queremos, ¿verdad?, dejar saber que este evento se va a repetir, lo vamos a estar grabando en el día de hoy y se va a estar compartiendo a través de la página de Families First Puerto Rico y a través de la página web de Grupo Nexos, pero de igual manera les doy una primicia para que, ¿verdad?, lo compartan con otros colegas de que este adiestramiento hoy no es el único día, vamos a repetirlo en el mes de abril y gracias a nuestros compañeros de FFT que tan generosamente nos indicaron que van a regresar. Así que vamos a correr la voz. También le quiero dar las gracias a Glenda y al Departamento de la Familia, porque gracias a su auspicio, todos aquellos de ustedes que van a recibir créditos de educación continua, todo eso está cubierto gracias al auspicio del Departamento. Me dicen mis compañeras que recuerden llenar la preprueba, ¿verdad? Aquí tienen el código de los materiales, lo pueden escanear para que tengan todos los materiales del día de hoy. Cualquier duda, cualquier dificultad con el código de barra, pueden pasar a registro. De igual manera, los invito a que completen la preprueba. Me parece que hay un slide por aquí con el código y por allí en las mesas también van a encontrar el código. Si tiene cualquier dificultad, vaya sin dudarlo a la mesa de registro. Igualmente, creo que algunos de ustedes tuvieron un poco de dificultad. Los créditos de educación continua, usted no los tiene que pagar, están cubiertos por el registro. Por tanto, si alguno tuvo algún problemita con eso, no duden en pasar por allá. Así que, sin más, vamos entonces a la parte 1 del adiestramiento. Y es un placer para mí presentarle a nuestros colegas, a Tom, a Marta y a Sasha, quienes van a estarnos adiestrando en el día de hoy. Así que disfruten. Vamos a darles un aplauso para que calienten los motores. So you are going to be able to use it. The presentation is going to be over here.
Well, everyone, welcome. We're really glad to be here. We're actually very honored to be here, and we're thankful that you took the time to spend a Saturday with us, which I know for all of us that work really hard in this sector, having a Saturday is an important thing. And so you're going to spend that Saturday with us, and we're appreciative. My name is Tom Sexton. We'll do some introductions in a minute, but let me just do a very, very brief welcome to you. Today, we're going to do something a little different. Today, we're going to show you not just PowerPoints that tell you what FFT is. We want to show you how it works from the inside. That means you're going to see 4 or 5 families today working in FFT. Now, I want to say that these families have given us permission. Some of these tapes are tapes of me from another era and another life. That won't be hard for you to figure out. And others are relatively new. And the families have all consented, and so all of the important clinical information that may have been about them has been removed for their privacy and to respect them, because they've really offered themselves up for the training. Now, one of the important things for us in this is that functional family therapy, it's a little different than you might think. This is not family therapy in someone's office where a family comes to get fixed. Most of functional family therapy happens in people's homes. We go to communities. We go to where families are. We believe that it's our responsibility to step into their world. We believe that they're offering us, that they're really opening their doors. They're opening their doors to their world and to their life. We take that with great respect. We try to approach that with real humbleness, because that's not an easy thing for families to do. So while you may have a lot of beliefs about evidence-based practices, for us, this is about, as Mari said, this is about helping kids. This is about helping families. This is about giving people this fundamental human right to grow up, to live, and to thrive in the worlds in which they live. Today, we're going to go through, the 3 of us are going to go through describing FFT, showing you FFT across all its phases and all the different aspects of what we do. Now, my name is Tom Sexton, as I said. I'm one of the model developers of FFT. I'm a university professor, actually a retired or a recovering university professor, however you might want to think about that. And I spent my life in academia trying to understand and do the science of what works. Now, the other nice thing about my career that I've been very proud of is I'm not just a social scientist. I have spent my life in the room with families. For me, now you're going to start to think I'm very odd. One of the most interesting things for me is to sit in the middle of the pain, the struggle, and the anger of a family and pull out their potential, pull out what's in them that they've lost and they've gotten stuck in. That's an honor to me. That's a fascinating process. I can't tell you that, for me, there's not anything kind of more exciting than that. See what I mean? I'm a very odd person. But I think we want to bring that passion to you along the way. Just as an introduction, you can see some things. I write the articles that no one reads. I write the books that no one cares about. And I'm kind of the face of FFT and have been doing it a long time. I'm a psychologist. I am a board-certified couple and family psychologist. So I know the academic world, I know the practice world, and I've had the privilege for over 30 years to represent FFT in countries around the world, with families around the world, in many different situations.
Buenos dias. I'm Marta Anderson. I'm a licensed clinical social worker. I have been involved in FFT for the last 15 years, and I come to this work having entered the field of social work as a therapist without an evidence-based practice, doing the best I could, finding my way, caring deeply, having pretty poor supervision, and at the end of the day, not knowing if I was having the impact with families and children the way I really wanted to. My practice has been in New York City, in families' homes, and so I had the pleasure 2 years into my career to be trained in functional family therapy as a therapist, and have not left that practice since. I'm currently the Chief Operating Officer with FFT Partners and have the pleasure of working with Tom and Sasha.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sasha Noel Udom. I'm also a licensed clinical social worker in New York, but I'm from Georgia. I've been with FFT for about, not yet 10 years, almost there. My background started in behavioral health, so that is all of the kids who are overutilizers of inpatient hospitalizations, emergency room. A lot of them came straight from psychiatry that are very high risk. Our goal was to reduce their utilization of those services and help families navigate how do they function in a different way. So my program started as a pilot program. It started with the first one, which hopefully some of you guys will kind of work through that process as well. But I'm here because I saw FFT work with a lot of kids, a lot of young adults who were stuck in the system, who were stuck in services in a very real way. And by utilizing Family FFT and really helping them navigate and figure out how to function as a family, they were able to step out of that system in a different way. So again, I just want to say thank you all for being here, and thank you all for being so welcoming to us as well.
And let me also acknowledge a couple other folks that are in the room from our team. We want to make sure we can be clear with you so everyone's not going to speak. Astrid Van Dam has been my partner in FFT for a really long time. Matt Sexton represents what you're going to discover later today is a central tool for us, because we're an evidence-based practice. But here's the truth, and this is what you know every single day. Who cares about all those studies from 20 years ago, right? Maybe they create a foundation that lets us believe what works. But we use evidence every single session with every single family, and we use it through a tool, which I think is remarkable. And I think you're going to see Matt present this afternoon our Care For tool. No longer is evidence a thing for journals. Now evidence is a thing for practitioners. And we're going to show you how that works. And we're going to show you the work we've done. Because guess what? Care For is contextualized to this island now through our partnership with Grupo Nexos. So it would be also remiss of me if I didn't say we have other partners. Our other partners are Grupo Nexos. Every single time I deal with Grupo Nexos, I get more impressed. And it's a phenomenal group. They are brilliant in what they bring to the table. But the other partner we've had, as I think Christina really well represented, are you. We have met with you for the last year. We have met with families on the island. We believe that the citizens, the families, the youth, and the service providers on this island are our partners. All three of these entities is what it takes to make this move. Now, Christina did a really nice job of introducing the contextualization, and here's our agenda for the day. And we'll follow this as well as we can. And I've driven everybody nuts so far, because typically what we do is we just kind of flow with things, but we're going to try to follow all of these. Our whole idea here is to give you a little bit of the notion of what we say. We don't want to just say it, we want to do it. Now, we have not totally contextualized the model yet. We'll explain that. We've done a good job of trying to understand how families work here. If you would have been with us yesterday, I think the Grupo Nexos team, as we went through the contextualization process, you know what's remarkable? They learned something about their own culture and their own island. Yesterday, we went through what we've learned in the contextualization process. We learned, but I think they learned in a very powerful way. So we'll talk a few minutes about that. And then our idea is this. FFT is not a miracle. FFT is a pathway. It's a pathway through the jungle, through the woods. It is a pathway for a clinician to follow, leading a family to help them change. We're not changing them. We're helping them follow a change pathway. And so we want to try to explain and describe that in the best that we can. Because for us, FFT has to be culturally competent. And cultural competence is a word that gets used all the time, and I have to say, sometimes people just say it and don't do it. We're going to do our best job of bringing a humble approach to understanding this work. Now, you're going to see the model today through all of its phases, and it is not totally contextualized. That is our second phase of things. And then we're going to end with our approach to using care for, we call it a precision behavioral health approach. We want to use evidence to be as precise as we can in each thing we do with each family. And for us, the idea is this. We should fit the model to the family, not make the family fit the model. I think that's different than other evidence-based practices. So it's really important to us. We're going to take many, many opportunities for your questions along the way. And here's how we're going to do this. And I hope for the administrative people in the room this will be okay. We're going to not just tell you about the work, we're going to show you the work. You're going to see families that scream and yell. You're going to see some families that cry. You're going to see some families that they're just talking. And that is the range of what we do every single day. So we're here to kind of honestly show you what happens and how it works. I'm not going to go through this. Christina did. What I want you to know is this. We came to listen. We have been here for a year in all the places Christina talked about. We've been here to listen. We've been here to understand. And we're working hard to fit our model to that. We've asked questions. We've asked questions of families. We've asked questions of many of you. Many of you have been in our focus groups, and we're honored that you would give us your feedback. After today, we're going to be asking many of you to now tell us about the model and how the model works. And so for us, the focus groups, the things that we did have been extremely important. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so as Tom has said, as Mari and Christina have said, this contextualization was such a vital part of our process. We did, as you saw, we did focus groups, interviews, even did some trainings. But for me, the most impactful was the journey we had when we were able to come to Puerto Rico and meet with families and really be immersed in the culture. Grupo Nexos was able to create some opportunities for us to really do just what Tom was saying, which is just lean in and learn. So that process started in Luisa with the Concilio de Salud. They were able, when we got there, we were able to meet with with families as well as social workers and other employees there, and just begin to understand and begin to learn about families and kind of what are some things that happen in families and what are their expectations of resources that they would want and need. Then the second day we were able to have a full day immersive experience with the Concilio. They drove us first to the mayor where she was able to spend 2 hours with us just speaking about the culture and speaking about the history of not just Luisa, but Puerto Rico as well, to bring a lot of context to kind of what are the expectations, and also why is there some reservation to services for some families and youth in the community. Then the same day we were able to go to experience some food. We were able to go to Samuel Lynn's gallery in Luisa, and he was able to kind of bridge all of the pieces of culture, art, and religion together to continue that layering of context for us that day. We also were able to just, we were also able to visit some of those historic landmarks in Luisa. And I think those were by the end of the day, we really started to understand, and I say start because I know we can't get the context fully of Puerto Rico in just that time frame, but we started to understand the complexities and the layers of the context and why this is such a vital piece of bringing this to the model as we're trying to bring this to Puerto Rico. We then next day drove to Mayagüez, and we were able to start in the town center and enjoy some just holiday celebrations. And I even met some really wonderful people at different diners and places, talked to them about their story. But then we were able to meet with some families there that they really brought out the story of kind of how they feel about the services in general. How would they respond to some of the things that you guys are going to learn here today? How would they respond, and do they feel like it would be a fit? But also, what do they need? We were really intentional about making sure that we were asking the youth and the parents, what do you think you need if this was a service that was brought to you, or if something was going on in your family, how would that look? So throughout this journey, I think what we learned was that there are just so many layers, right? There's no way that we as FFT could come in and bring this without doing this work, because I feel like by the end of the week and a half that we were here, the thing I realized was that we have to be very intentional and purposeful around how we bring in FFT and what that looks like, and how we merge that context with kind of the model, the map of the model that we have here today.
So here is what we would say about FFT from a bit of a more academic overview. You know, it is a model, it's an evidence-based model. We see it as a pathway to change. We don't see it as something where we dictate to families what to do at each time and how to be and how to live. It's a pathway. It's moving from one thing to the next along the pathway. Now, it is one of the earliest evidence-based models there are. FFT was identified as an evidence-based model when evidence-based practices, when that term came to be. So it's used, it's well-researched. We have over 35 randomized clinical trials in multiple countries, in multiple languages. They all show that FFT, when delivered well, works. What's important to remember is this is not long-term therapy. Our goal is to help families and then get out of their way. The best thing we think we can do is help them get unstuck and then live their lives in the way that they need and want and believe they should live their life in. So our job is not to create a healthy family in our mind. Our job is to help them be the best they can be and to find their potential along the way. As a short-term model, what we're talking about is 3 to 6 months of work at once a week, no longer than that. This is not going into therapy for your life. We want to come in, help, and get out of the way. We have found that FFT works for youth with substance issues. I'm going to say in a minute, the Families First Prevention Act has FFT as a model program for youth substance use, mental health problems, helping families help kids grow. We are a trauma-informed treatment in the sense that we, through the work we do, our goal is to help remediate the trauma that people feel, and we can work with family conflict. And in the juvenile justice setting, for youth that are in the probation and the incarceration system, we've been able to demonstrate almost 80% of them do not go back to jail. They do not get in trouble again. Not bad along the way. And so on that pathway, Families First came along, and you know the Families First Clearinghouse and all the work they've done, they have extraordinarily high standards. There are 10 models that are well supported. Not 400, but 10 models that are well supported. They have an extraordinarily high standard. FFT is well supported for youth mental health, youth substance use, adult mental health, and family functioning. So I think that this research has poised us well. And at the same time, this is about people. This is about the trauma and the pain that they struggle with. This is not an academic enterprise. This is extraordinarily difficult for families.
So we find it helpful to really start with a video representation to get us into the idea of what does this look like in the room. And so what Tom's going to pull up, what we're going to show you is the first few minutes of the first FFT session. And so this is a mother and a son. And so as you watch this video, think about what do you think this family would need to be supported, to be helped, to be unstuck?
You know, we can keep coming and we can keep trying, and you pretty much this is the chance you have to maybe make it a little bit better at home.
What makes this different from any of the other 600 that I've been to? You think I had ever talked to people like you before?
It isn't different yet. What she's saying is, let's make it different.
Be how?
Why won't you just once keep it?
Because I don't want somebody to help me. I don't want you. I don't want them. I don't want you. I don't want you. I want you to shut up and leave me alone. All of you. Shut up and leave me alone.
And then what's going to happen to you?
I'm going to do it myself. I don't want anything. I will take care of myself. Stop worrying about me. You stop.
Take care of yourself.
See, you don't know that.
How you
You're
going to take care of yourself?
You're stupid. You're stupid. You don't know me. You don't know me. You don't. None of you people fucking know me, and you just fucking bother me. You don't leave me alone. You don't let me do anything. You just stop trying to help me. Stop. Stop.
Well, that's pretty clear. This is not unlike youth we deal with. And if you're careful and you hear his language, you struggle. If you look at what's behind where his pain comes from, it is a different story. It is not an angry, difficult kid. It is a hurt young man that is struggling. His mother is scared to death for his future. The other male voice you hear in the room is his father. You just can't see him. From a therapeutic perspective, something needs to be done pretty quickly. Sitting and listening is not going to get them to come back, and it's not going to get him to be willing to let us help him. So let's take the next part.
Stop! All right? Let me help myself. I don't want your help. I don't want your help. I don't want your help. I don't want anybody's help but my own. And I'm not going to let anybody help me.
Well, you've got no chance of pulling it off
See you.
unless you communicate some goal.
I'm not communicating shit with
You're
anybody.
going to help yourself do what?
Anything. Stop bothering me. Stop bothering me. Stop talking to me. All right? I don't want to be. I'm not going to participate.
So from the therapist perspective, there is a therapist in the room. She's a trainee, and her eyes are as big as plates at this moment. And she's being trained, and so she is thinking, I'm supposed to do something? What am I supposed to do? And therein is the value of FFT as a pathway. Because you can't fix this, but you have to take the first step. So what's the first step? Now, we don't do this all the time, and this is just to show you, but I will now come in the room and see if I can't help get him to the point where our first step is what we want. Can we get him to come back?
My name's Tom. I'm the supervisor. What's your name?
Terry.
Hi, Terry. What's your name?
Ted.
Oh, hi, Ted. Ted, I'm coming in here because I want to tell you that I agree with you.
Okay.
No, I'm serious. I agree with you. We're not here to help you. Okay? How old are you?
15.
Okay. You're old enough to take care of yourself, but now I think, from what I understand, and please understand, don't look for words in your mouth. I don't know a lot about what's going on here, but my guess is you made some bad choices, but I don't think that means you can't take care of yourself. Okay? So I agree with you. But I want to take care of them.
What's most important to this young man is what he said. Somebody recognize my independence. Somebody recognize my skills and my ability. His mother is too scared to do that. She wants to tell him and teach him what to do. The therapist doesn't know what to do. You come in and acknowledge what's important and valuable to him, because if he can't be a partner with us, we're going nowhere.
And probably what's going to happen is you're going to have to sort this thing out. And I hope you sort it out in a way that doesn't hurt you, man. I mean, I hope you sort it out in a way where you don't end up in jail and you can have a good life and all that. But I tell you what, we got to help them. We got to help them be parents in a way that they can sleep at night and some stuff like that. And we got to find a way to help them continue to be supportive of you and let you find your own way.
That is what he doesn't get. What he doesn't get is he can be independent. That doesn't mean that they can't help him be supportive of him. And they don't get that. They don't get that their role is to let him grow up, but still help support him.
Okay? No, wait a minute, don't do that to me. I'm trying to tell you that I think the people that need help here are your parents. And they need help here trying to hang in there with you the best they can and support you.
How many other psychologists have said to him, you're fine, I want to help your parents? Suddenly he doesn't feel like it's all his fault. Now, they probably do, and you'll see that play out in a second.
Be there for that, Dan?
To be here for that?
Yeah.
You know, I don't know the answer to that right now, but I want to tell you that we're not going to try to change it. Okay? Because so far what I figured out about this thing, by watching, and I've been watching this a little bit, I've been kind of coming and going, but so far what I figured out about this thing, Ted, is that you probably are pretty darn independent. You're probably going to go your own way. Okay? Am I off base there?
No.
Okay. Is that sort of the hassle here? That people are trying to be in your face too much?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to do that. Now, we're going to have to sort out whether or not you got to be here. I want you to be here again. And you can sit quietly and you can listen. And I appreciate you sitting quietly and listening, and I appreciate you being willing to do that. But you got to understand, Ted, that your parents are tore up about this. And you aren't married anymore, right? Or you are married?
We're not divorced, but we've been separated for 9 years.
Okay, for quite a while. Okay. See, I think they've got a lot of stuff to work out here, Ted. And as independent as you are, I think you're going to need parents around sort of to be as supportive as you can. All we want to do is to try to help them figure out a way to be as helpful as they can and not be in your face.
I just told them that.
Okay.
Shut up and leave me alone.
You know, but see, the problem is when you tell them to shut up in that sort of way, because you feel it, because you live it. I don't feel it, because I don't live it. But I tell you what, when you tell them that way, they don't hear you. The thing I can do is I can tell them in a different way.
Well, tell them you're talking to the wrong person.
Well, I'm trying to tell you what I'm trying to do so they understand what we're about here, okay? I want you to understand what we're trying to do here. And I can find a way to tell them, Jane can find a way to tell them that's a different way, because they don't hear you. Because they don't understand that what you're saying when you do all that stuff is that you're really pissed off, you're frustrated, you're tired of it. And that doesn't necessarily mean you don't love them, but you're tired of it. Am I right? I mean, do you love them some?
Maybe a little bit.
It's sort of hard to even remember that now, isn't it? Given what's going on? Okay. Anyway, I'm sorry. I just needed to come in because I wanted to make sure we got this thing off on the right.
This is real stupid. Why don't you just bring everybody in and stop this interrupting?
Well, you know what? We're trying to be helpful to you, and sometimes we're...
This isn't helpful. It's a circus.
Well, it's not meant to be. I'm sorry, what?
Terry.
Okay, Terry, I apologize for the interrupting part. What we found is this, is I talked to Jane in 20 minutes. We're not trying to disrupt you here. There's a lot going on here, and we're trying to help sort it out for you. We don't want to be your 70-second counselor that you have to go to another one with, okay? We usually try to be the last counselors people go to, not just one on the string. So we work real hard at trying not to be them.
Well, you're in a long string.
Yeah.
A long string of people with some impressive names and no results.
And I got to tell you, I don't know if we're going to have results, but we're impressive. And we've been impressive for a while.
We've been impressive people before. And you know what? We remain unimpressed. You see that, don't you?
Well, I can see that you're angry. And I can see that you're upset. And I know that you have every good reason to be angry and you have good reason to be upset.
Yeah.
So I hear that. Now, if we're not impressive enough for you, then...
Don't start this. This isn't about you. It's not a matter about being impressed.
Okay.
What I'm telling you is, don't make us any promises. Don't tell us what you are going to do.
Well, what we're going to do, the one promise I will make...
I mean, you know what? We're real sophisticated when it comes to counselors. We've really heard most of everything.
What I can tell you that we will do is we may make the same mistakes, but I'll tell you that we'll try real hard. That's what I can tell you that we will do.
We couldn't ask for more than that.
And I can't guarantee a single thing beyond that to you. We'll get in it. We won't be afraid to work hard at it. And we won't be afraid to listen and understand the amazing amounts of sort of hurt feelings that exist here. And try to help.
I've got a history and a background if I keep coming back because my pain's so great outside the room. that I keep looking for a place to alleviate the pain. But what happens with the other two is this is more painful than being out of the room. So coming back here is the horror for them. And the more it goes, longer it goes on, the more they don't want to come back. Because they're in a pattern of they don't want to feel that pain and get it out and get it over with.
And you're quite different, my guess is that...
My pain doesn't end at the door. It increases.
And so when you're angry at me,
I want to be helped.
I understand. And that's what I was about to say, is I appreciate you telling me it isn't about me. It's about your frustration. It's about getting sick and tired of this stuff. I think you've been through a lot. We'll hang in with you. And I don't know if we can keep these two in long enough to do something or not. I mean, I can tell you we'll try real hard to do that. I mean, that guy, you know as well as I, we can't guarantee that.
I'd like nothing better than to leave you alone. Every time I leave you alone, you hurt yourself.
Move to the other side of the country.
You didn't hear the end of the sentence, did you? Every time I leave you alone, what did I say?
I don't care.
Dad, I think she can't leave you alone because she cares a little bit too much. And if she could quit caring, she could blow it off. And that's her struggle, and I hear you. She's going to have to deal with that. I understand.
Well, he works real hard at making me quit caring.
Yeah.
I mean, he's real hateful to me.
He's struggling real hard to be left alone. Struggling real hard to find his own way.
All right, I've explained it to him. You know the numbers. You can't. You stuck with me. 3 more years.
And I guess that's the thing that...
It's the law.
Well, and I guess that's the thing that we want to try to sort out, is that it can be 3 years of hell. It can be 3 average, barely bearable years, or we can try to sort out a way to make it as tolerable as we can. We got to find a way for him to be independent and be safe. We got to find a way for you to care and not continue to get slapped in the face and beat up about it. I don't mean physically, but I mean I'm talking about, okay, but I understand, but I'm talking about having your care sort of squashed on at every turn. And my guess is that's as hurtful as anything else. Am I right?
Yeah.
And then there's a lot of stuff between the two of you, I'm gathering. That there's a lot that's gone on between the two of you.
21 years of it.
And we're going to have to find a way to set that in some place so that you have the ability to figure out to do the job here. And, that's like asking for superhuman effort on your all's part to do that. There's a lot happening here. How we can get you guys to comfortably let him be, and we can get him to be safe. But what I'm talking about is I think there's enough intensity and that sort of thing that it really fits nicely for the next couple of days for us to see it again, because I think waiting a week and that sort of thing isn't going to be a healthy and good thing. And again, your name was Gary. I'm terrible with this name.
Name tags, write that down on the list.
I'll come in and I'll walk in. See, I'm sorry. I try real hard, but the most basic things.
See what I mean? You're just not as impressive as your name.
So I talked about it as a pathway. There is a lot to be done here. But you have to begin at the beginning, right? If they don't come back, there's nothing we can do. How do you get them to come back? So what is the common thing between them? Him being independent and safe, them being able to help him learn to be responsible and feel like he's safe. What the therapist does is find the thing between them that can bring them together so that the blame goes down. But Marta, there's a bigger issue here, right?
There sure is. I think you're pretty impressive. You okay there? And so as we get into the details of what FFT is, we start with, what do they need? What do they need to be willing to come back?
Hello? Can we switch back to the slides?
They need to be respected and valued. That young man needed to feel like someone in the room understood where he was coming from, or that session wasn't going to end well. But so did that mom. And they needed very different things. They need a way out of that discouragement, a way to be motivated, a reason to come back, to be willing to participate. And it all has to be done in a way that fits them as a family and fits each of their personal experiences. And so it takes more than individual treatment. It takes being able to have a family approach to navigate all of those things. And we have to be able to do it in a way that allows them to remain themselves and empowers them to be able to handle their problems as we move forward.
Now, if we go back to a little bit more of the academicness, I want to speak to something that Christina mentioned earlier. What you just saw is an evidence-based treatment. That is not a manual. That is not a paint-by-the-numbers set of things to do. It's not stiff. It's not robotic. It is a personal interaction between people. Where is the evidence? The evidence guides the therapist in what to do first, what to do second, and what to do third. And I would want to say, much of what I write about is evidence-based treatments, and I just want to acknowledge there's a lot of skepticism. There's a lot of disbelief about evidence-based treatment, and it comes from people like me. How in the world can science tell you what to do in an interpersonal, highly emotional thing? It can tell you a lot, but it does not tell you the intimate details of things. And the skepticism focuses around many things, and we want to acknowledge the skepticism because many of you will feel that. The skepticism is, what about this research? Does that matter at all? The skepticism is, are those studies really any good? Did they study people like me? Did they study people like me in the culture that I live in? Do they really apply to me? All you do in this evidence-based thing is take a complicated thing and make it simple. Isn't this just basic good skills packaged with another set of words? Guidelines are really restrictive. Evidence is restrictive because it doesn't feel initially like what I would do. And guess what? Maybe not spoken, but one other part of the evidence is this. As a practitioner, as an agency, as a group of people offering a service, there is the fear maybe I have to do something different than I've done before. Skepticism is big, but here is the good news. The good news is that if you look at the literature, and if you look at the family therapy literature, guess what? It is the most comprehensive. It has the best outcomes. It helps individual people change better than individual treatments do. It's enormously powerful, and it's powerful at an emotional place too. So, what is FFT? FFT is actually research-based. FFT has implementation strategies like we've talked about. FFT pays attention to what clients want, what their values are, what's important to them. It is just about good judgment. And in an article that Asta and I wrote, we see an evidence-based practice as a little like music. Music theory is just the way the notes go together. Good musicians, they play around the notes. They make the notes have meaning. So for us, FFT is the structure within which you can be creative. And when we talk about training, our job is to train people to know the structure so well they forget it and they can move on and be creative.
And the other thing that's important is that FFT is not a static intervention. It doesn't rely on just the historical research that has been done. It is a model that has evolved and continues to be involved. And so one of the ways in which we do that, and speaks to some of our work here in Puerto Rico around contextualization, is we have to understand that when you're implementing FFT in a particular context, you have to understand that context. So when we're implementing FFT in a juvenile justice setting, that context informs how we do the implementation and how we support that clinical practice. That looks a little bit different in child welfare, in mental health, in schools. And so FFT has a continuum of service delivery. Doesn't help. Where we can support families at the beginning of the continuum. So to support families before they get involved in those particular contexts, those services. So before a child enters foster care, we can intervene to support that family and keep that family at home. But we also understand that we can provide that continuum throughout the service array. So towards the end of that service array, we can work with FFT with adults who are coming out of a criminal justice system, with youth who are re-entering from a residential program back into community, and with families who are navigating youth in foster care, so supporting youth who are in foster care, and supporting them as they transition out of foster care.
One of the things we're most proud about is that FFT started in 1969. The world was a different place then. I was around, many of you weren't, but trust me, the world was a different place, and it's no longer that place. One of the most impressive things and the things we're proudest about is this model changes. It doesn't stay the same. This is, with all due respect to Sal Minuchin, this is not structural family therapy, which has been one thing like a mountain and it hasn't ever changed. We have changed and we've tried to evolve. So it's not static, and I think it's very unique. It's unique because of this. It is culturally competent, and we approach every family, regardless of cultural, with humility. Trauma-informed. You're going to see in a minute, we believe so much in the fact that families should have a voice. Matt's going to show you later on, we ask them what they think after every single session so we can use it to adjust what we think. We see them as our partners, not our patients. And that's quite different. And there's evidence-based in the clinicians. We make them follow a very, very high standard, and we continuously improve the quality of what we do. Now, for those of you in the academic world, you probably say, where does this come from? I'll do this really quickly. Early on, FFT was called a behavioral approach in the early days because we have behavioral skills you're going to see in a minute that we do. Early on, it became part of the early systemic thinking approach, which revolutionized the work we did because it took the perspective from inside the person to inside the relationships. It has a social constructivist perspective. You know what? The same behaviors actually are relatively neutral. It's what we think about behaviors that make them good, bad, or indifferent. And it is very much relational in its approach along the way. We've written about this in a number of different places also as well.
And so the important question is, does it work? And so FFT stands on over 40 years of evidence showing its positive outcomes in multiple different areas. But to be honest, that's not enough for us. That historical research gets us a starting place. And then we believe, and we use this daily, that we need to continue to demonstrate year after year that FFT is being effective in the locations that we're implementing today, not just that we're reflecting on previous research. And so every year, we look at our analysis of the work that we're doing in community insights to verify that we continue to get those good outcomes. And so you can see some of the data from 21-22, that those historical outcomes continue to be demonstrated with the services we provide today. And those services are most effective when you're adherent to the model. So there's lots of research that has shown that when you're adherent to the implementation of FFT, that you get the best outcomes for families. When you're implementing FFT and you're not adherent to the clinical intervention, you get worse outcomes than if you didn't do FFT at all. So as we focus on our implementation and our clinical training, model fidelity becomes a vital part of making sure that we all continue that commitment to get the best outcomes for youth and families.
So FFT FFT serves a diverse number of cultural backgrounds and races, and the only way we will be able to do this is what we call matching, which we'll learn about very soon, but it speaks to all of the work that we've been doing in Puerto Rico, which is taking that context and really thinking about how do we fit the context with the model. FFT has also worked in, oh, sorry. You can keep going, sorry. FFT has worked in 8 different countries, over 10 different languages. And again, you know, myself, Marta, and Tom aren't going to be the face of this in Puerto Rico. It will be you. And one of the things that we kind of identified during the contextualization is how important that bridge is for families, right? Imagine if I go to one of the families and try to do the work versus the community leaders and some of you in that space. So FFT is designed to cover a myriad of problems and issues that families may face. When I was a clinician, I always used to say, if not us, then who, when our high-risk clients would come to us. So of course we will work with kids who have behavioral issues, children and youth who have experienced trauma. One of the things that FFT does is remediate trauma just by helping the kids work in the family unit to begin to trust again and begin to work through some of those struggles. Placement stability, we want to make sure kids are stable in their placement, but also before they are removed from placements, before they're removed from their home, how do we ensure that they're stable in that home? Continuing to work through that family functioning, right? We work on communication, we work on helping them reduce conflict within the home and navigate that managing conflict in a little bit of a different way. Continuing to help parents kind of match their parenting to their kid, right? Versus trying to match the parenting to all of the kids. And continuing to problem solve. Another important thing that we work through is substance use and also some of the internalized struggles that youth and children deal with, anxiety, depression, some of that suicidal ideation, some of those things. Oh, and our exclusionary criteria is few and far between, very much so.
So what does it take to be able to do FFT? So FFT is about being able to think differently. When I first started my practice, I don't think I would have gone into that session we just looked at and had the same interventions the way Tom did. So we have to be able to see the problems that families face as things that are changeable and to be able to produce change over time and change that fits them as people.
And what are the components that go in? Let's make this like real and not so academic. Here's what it takes to do this work. First thing, I don't know, I wear glasses. Lots of you wear glasses. If I were to take my glasses off, all of you would disappear. You wouldn't be here. When I put them on, a set of glasses focuses your information. When we come back from the break, guess what we're going to do? We need to start with the creative part about how do we understand family systems so that we can cross cultures. It starts with a lens. Now, a lens is a good beginning, but then you have to have a pathway. Where are you going to go? Now, this is not to say that families go that pathway in the same way. Some go quietly, some go loudly, as you saw, but there is a common map that you follow that is a change map. How do you get people to get ready to change? How do you get people to change, and how do you get people to stay changed? And then the truth is this. At the end of the day, this is an artful, creative activity. And, you know, Marta talked about the fact she wouldn't have done it the same way as me. Sasha would not do it the same way as me. This is not about doing it like a person. This is about having your own voice. When we train clinicians in Puerto Rico, you will have your own voice because of your gender, because of your culture, because of your age, and that is what's important. You bring your own voice to the same lens and the same map. I think it's time, as I understand from our nice timekeeper, and we're not bad, only 4 minutes over, but it's time for a break. We'll come back and put some more to lenses, maps, and creativity. And thank you.
Par de cositas de housekeeping. Número 1, para recordarles que usted no debe pagar el estacionamiento. El estacionamiento está cubierto, así que a su comodidad vaya pasando por la mesa de registro y le van a ponchar. Si alguno de ustedes pues no sabía y pagó el parking, no se preocupe. Usted pasa por allí y con mucho gusto mis compañeros los van a estar asistiendo. Otra cosita rapidito, ¿verdad? Este evento incluye la educación continua para psicólogos, consejeros, trabajadores sociales. Por tanto, es fundamental que usted complete la preprueba en la mañana y la postprueba en la tarde. En cada mesa están los códigos de barras. De un lado está la preprueba, de otro lado está la postprueba. Un puntito adicional. El proveedor o los proveedores de educación continua son distintos, ¿verdad? Gracias al Colegio de Trabajo Social, aquellos de ustedes que son trabajadores sociales, vamos a usar la misma pre y post, pero lo va a procesar el colegio para los que somos psicólogos o consejeros profesionales y queremos crédito, eso lo vamos a estar procesando con el IPSI. Así que hay un pasito adicional para los que somos psicólogos. Levántenme la manita a los que somos psicólogos. Ok, para nosotros hay un paso adicional. A su discreción, los ujieres están identificados con camisetas de Grupo Nexos. Usted se va a acercar al ujier cuando usted determine que es un momento apropiado y ese ujier le va a dar un código de barra que usted tiene que escanear y hay un pasito adicional. Vamos a estar juntos todo el día, así que usted lo hace cuando usted pueda. ¿Está bien? Por último, gracias a una de las compañeras, me indicaron que el PowerPoint no estaba en la nube. Así que les pido mis disculpas, gracias por dejármelo saber y ya lo estamos subiendo. Así que usted puede reescanear a su discreción y el PowerPoint va a estar allá arriba para usted. Cualquier otra observación, asunto que podamos mejorar, que usted se sienta cómodo y cómoda aquí en el día de hoy, no dude pasar por la mesa. Yo voy a estar haciendo, ¿verdad?, esos housekeeping breaks y dando la información actualizada. Y sin más, pues los dejo con mis compañeros. Que sigan disfrutando.
Great, welcome back. So Tom, one of the unique things about FFT is that we don't start with what are you going to do in the room. We start first with this idea of what do you need to think and what do you need to think about? And we do that in a couple different areas. One, what do we need to think about families? What do we need to think about how change works? And what do we need to think about in terms of our role in that change process?
And Marta, you know, we've talked about this as we train people all over. When we train people to do functional family therapy, they want to know, what's the technique? What do I do? What's the tool? And you know what? The tools are far easier to learn than the lens. Learning to look at something in a particular way is the hard part. And we frustrate our trainees a lot because we slow them down and we make them start at the beginning and learn how to think.
That's right. And so it starts with how we think about the role of the family. And so families are the relational context in which there are either risk factors or protector factors, but often both. And we see families as the key to engage youth, to have successful treatment, to have treatment that is sustainable, that will prevent relapse, and where family change is the most powerful to change how individual behavior plays out. But we also know families are diverse. And so we have to have unique ways of working per family based on culture, on race, on ethnicity. And what we're focused on is that families are capable. People are capable. People get stuck. Families get stuck in a pattern, in a struggle. And so we need a treatment that fits and adjusts to the family, not the other way around. But it's not always easy to see the family behind specific behavior. We get referrals where there is often an individual who is identified as the problem. Now, many times, my work has been in child welfare, many times it's the teenager, the youth. The problem is they're not going to school, they're disrespectful, their substance use, their mental health concern. And so our job in how we think through the lens in FFT is not to get stuck in that individual perspective, but instead to be able to take a step back and see how does all of that play out between people. And that's what becomes much more complicated. It's not about one person and their behavior, it's about how all of those things interact with each other and how families get stuck.
Now, in this work that we do, the work that you do, it is not uncommon for a picture like this to be apparent in almost every kind of work that happens. There are families, they're made up of people, they're connected. You're going to hear us talk as we move along about a weird way of saying something. They're connected, the relationship is what happens between people. It is kind of in the space between them. So it's not uncommon to see a picture. This would go back to Bronfenbrenner. This would go back to some of the early systems thinkers. And so, of course, families are within communities, and communities are within cultures, and most of the time, that's where it ends. Most of the time, it's this picture, and we go, okay, so we're taking a systemic view of things. But the truth is, what we know, we've learned in the last year, what you already know. You know, we're from the mainland. I don't speak Spanish. Your thoughts should be, but families are different. Families are different all over the world. They're different. And so the idea is here, what if instead of looking at if they're a healthy or unhealthy or a right or a wrong family from a therapeutic perspective, wouldn't it be interesting instead to say, how do they work? How do they function within their unique culture, within their unique community, etc.? When you look at how it works, you're able to step out of the values. You're able to step out of your bias. You're able to step out of your own history that you bring to the table. And again, you can look at what works. Now, families are also very different. And we have learned in our partnership and the contextualization project that we've done that instead of our simple picture, it may look a little more like this here. It may look a little more like there is a culture, but you know the thing we've learned so far? There is a community family that wraps around families in Puerto Rico that's not always the same everywhere we go. If we're going to work here, we have to pay attention to the community family around the family. We learned that so well in our journey. Every community we went to, in one way or the other, communities were an important part of a family. Not just because that's where they lived, but because that's part of their family. Support, help, everything comes from the community as well. So we have to change our model. We have to expand our model to think differently. And the role that peoples play are different. Rather than just saying there's an extended family, we've learned grandmothers play a big role. Mothers play a big role. That isn't to say, guys in the room, that you don't play a big role, but there is a different balance in different communities around that. That's important for a therapist to know and a therapist to understand. There is a way, however, to think, despite the diversity, to think in a common way about how they work. So we do think there's a common kind of way, a lens of looking at things. Excuse me. Because if it's too complicated, the therapist can't do it. If it's too complicated, we can't do it. So what is something common that may cross cultures, that may cross the unique variables? So this comes from some work that I did with my colleague Mark Stanton and my colleague John Thoburn. Think about how that space between people works. The space between people is made up of actually 3 very simple things, almost anywhere you go. Now, some are bigger, more powerful, some are more important. I mean, look at your own relationships. One of the things that happens is you, your partner, your children, your grandmother, your grandfather, you know what happens over a period of time in a relationship? You develop a pattern, and it's invisible. You don't even know you develop it, and you never sat down with your partner or your family and said, let's negotiate the pattern we'd like to have. You just fall into it. And pay attention to what goes on at home. Don't you kind of do it the same way you always did it? I mean, it looks a little different, but people fall into a common pattern. That's the same thing with a problem. A problem is not different for each problem. There is a common pattern in a family. In addition, those patterns have what we call meaning connected to them. As I said earlier, behaviors honestly are relatively neutral. Depends on where you go in the world as to whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. You know, I mean, that stuff changes. And where does that come from? That comes from what we bring to the table as people. My family I grew up in, I bring certain things that are important to me, and when I see a behavior, I think, oh, that's this. That's disrespectful. That's this, that's that. It's not the behavior, it's the meaning part. And then the third thing that is common among these families is what we call attachment or functions. Now, attachment theory has really grown. I have colleagues in the field that talk a lot about attachment theory. I have some problems with the attachment theory world because there's 4 or 5 that you can be. You can't be anything else. Attachment theory, in some ways, in all its good things, has put people in boxes. If you don't have this kind of attachment, it's not healthy. If you have this kind of attachment, it is healthy. Come on, is that true? Isn't it just the fact that families in some ways get glued together, and that attachment is what feels comfortable? And here's the important thing. You can have a pattern that has bad behaviors in it, and you can have an attachment to that pattern. Attachment is not about good or bad. Attachment is about familiarity. Attachment is what makes you feel comfortable. And everyone in this room knows families that you look at them and you say, why don't you change? Well, first, they're stuck, but that pattern has an attachment and a connection. There's a stability to it in its goodness and badness. And there is no question that around this is the influence of culture, community, etc. Now, as we have gone through things, the other part to think about in terms of what Marta said about meaning is this. Let's start with the part of what's a problem. Now, here's where the clinicians in the room, I'm going to challenge you, because every single one of us has beliefs about what the problem is, right? And from a therapeutic perspective and an FFT perspective, you can take this family system, and you may think this. I have to figure out why. Where did it come from? What caused it? Trust me, if you don't know this, I'll tell you, you could spend your entire career figuring out what caused stuff, and then you know what you have to do? You still have to help them change it. So at the end of the day, we in FFT don't find it enormously helpful to think what caused it. Most of those things are in the past and you can't touch them. Most of those things you can't get your head around and you can't do anything about. But what if you were to think of it this way? What if you were to think about, instead of what caused it, how does it work today? Because think about it, let's give families respect. If it didn't have a, quote, function in the family, that's not good or bad, that just is a function, it wouldn't continue. So FFT's focus is not on what caused it, but how does it work and how does it get stuck?
So now let's look a little closer at relational patterns, right? This is that lens that we put on where FFT helps us, what do we pay attention to? And so this looks pretty simple. Ada does something, mom responds, Ada responds, Dad becomes involved, Ada has something to say back, and so on it goes. Seems pretty simple. But patterns are often much more complicated than that. They tend to look something more like this, where all of those interactions back and forth between people build that complexity of what's happening. And so we're helping therapists put on that lens to be able to take a step back and understand what's the pattern that plays out over and over. How do we simplify that so that we can understand how to intervene?
Now that's step one. And here's the task. So if you're the therapist with that young man we saw this morning, you can't wait for 3 sessions to figure out the pattern. He wouldn't come back. So the complexity in FFT is you have to make these assessments about how they work at the same time you're intervening. This is not a medical model where you go get an x-ray, they give you a diagnosis, they come up with a treatment plan, and they do it. It's not that simple. This is way harder than medicine. This is way more difficult, actually, than rocket science. Getting to the moon is not that hard, pretty hard, but it's just math. Working with families is not math. It's complicated and difficult. So if you take this pattern and you think to yourself, what goes on? And we call it problem definitions. And think about your own life, because it works this way for all of you. When your significant other, when your child does something, you look at it and you go, that's a this, that's a that. It's not the behavior, it's what you put on it. And so it is in our sense, what people do is, the problem is this person, the problem is that behavior, the problem is them, the problem is them, the problem is them. And everybody in the family brings those problem definitions to the table. Now, the clinician has to hear it and intervene, and we'll get to the intervening in a minute. So certainly it comes from your history. Certainly it comes from your past. Certainly it comes from what you've been through, no doubt. But the way it plays out today, every day, in how the family works, is as this definition. And if you ask the right questions, you'll begin to hear what's behind their reactions. So, child does something, they bring something to the table, caregiver, the other caregiver, everybody brings something to the table as we move along. So, here's an example. That was pretty esoteric and academic. So here's a family that we have worked with before. Actually, let me go back and say one more thing. For those of you that work with families, do you ever sit in the room and they're pushing and pulling each other, and there's this tension? It's a little like one of those doors, those round doors. If 2 people come in it, they're pushing it at a different rate, and you kind of get caught in the middle, and it's pushing and pulling and pushing and pulling. And if you've been working with families, your thought probably is, what in the heck is going on? What are they struggling over? They're not struggling over the content. They're not struggling over the behavior. They're actually trying to solve different problems. Same behavior, but it's a different problem for each. And that is the push-pull. So here's an example. It's a young person we worked with. So adolescent says this, hey, what are you talking to me for? I didn't do anything wrong. I just made a mistake. How often have we heard that? So don't give me a hard time. I just made a mistake. Here's what the real problem is. It's not that I stayed out all night. It's not that I did drugs. It's not that I skipped school. The problem is you won't leave me alone. Sound familiar? Like the young man from earlier. That's the problem. The problem is you won't leave me alone. And the other part is you took everything away from me. You gave me consequences. We were watching a tape in our training the other day, and the young man said, yeah, I've been on punishment for the last 7 years. And the mom said, yeah, but you made your own choices. He sees it as a different problem than she does. And what do? The adolescent's hurt, they're upset, and then they act the way they do in the behavior, in the pattern. So what is it from the parent side or the caregiver side? You know what? I've done every single thing I can do for you. And I got to tell you, I can't take it anymore. I'm not going to do it. She is unwilling to work with me. And this is actually what happened. It was one of my clients. And then she turns to me in a whispering voice and says, she has mental health problems. The defiance is the problem. You know what? The solution is let's control her. Let's put her in a residential treatment facility where they will make her behave. And guess what? Behind it is hurt, anger, loss. They're fighting about different problems. Now, you heard it very subtly in the tape this morning. What did I say? I said, you have to be independent, and he never said the next word, and you have to be safe, right? And I said to the mom, you have to let him be independent, but you have to teach him how to be safe. That brings the problem definitions together, and it's with a technique we're going to talk about in a little bit called reframing along the way.
So Tom, that's how we think. Now, what are we going to do about that?
So we call it a map. And, think of the simple parts of a map, right? The simple parts of a map are, no one ever uses paper maps anymore. We use Google Maps, right? If I went to get coffee the first day we were in San Juan, you know what I did is I looked it up on Google, and I just followed the directions. Maps are good. They help you get someplace in an efficient way. Now, maps don't tell you what you're going to see along the way. They don't tell you if it's raining. They don't tell you if the weather's bad. They don't tell you if there's going to be danger along the way. They just tell you the steps to take. So the FFT map is a map that tries to do this. It gives the clinician a direction to follow. The idea is, in the FFT map, every clinician sits in the room and thinks, do I do this? Which way do I go? What do we do? Now, FFT helps a clinician say, I already know where to start. I know where to begin along the way. And for an FFT clinician, this is the map. We have 3 phases of intervention. We have 3 phases of intervention that start with, can we get mom, dad, and the youth to say, I want to be part of things? Engagement is not, as Sasha's going to talk about in a minute, engagement is not just I'm going to show up. For us, engagement means I'm going to show up, I'm going to lean into it, and I am willing to take part and do something. The other part, in the beginning, it's called motivation. I've done this work long enough. I know that parents showing up doesn't mean they're therapeutically motivated to change. Look at our example from a minute ago. That mom was very willing to show up to help her daughter with her mental health problems. But she was not motivated to look at her part. So this first phase is far more than just getting people to show up. It is a therapeutic phase. It's an important and critical phase. What do you do next? You have to help them change something. What do you do next? You have to help them keep it changed. We're going to talk in detail about that. But in the FFT model, as I said earlier, there are 2 threads through each. Each of these phases has certain things to look at. And each of these phases has things to do that make it more likely to be successful in accomplishing the goals of engaging and motivating.
And so, like we said, we start with the family. And so we move the family into that change process where we're following the map along the way to be able to get to those individual outcomes that we're looking for. Now, most of the world sees that the opposite, that we work with the individual to get the individual behavior change. So we're working with the family to follow that change process to get to individual change. And it all sits within a context. So we may have the mother, the father, and that boy we saw earlier in the room. We have to be able to see them in their larger context, in the extended families that may be important to them, in where in their community and the larger impact of what happens culturally for them. And so this is the pathway to change that Tom mentioned. We start in the beginning, and we're doing both immediate intervention and assessment at the same time. We talk about leaning in to intervene, but also sitting back to understand. And we're doing those simultaneously. Sometimes it feels like you're not sure which way you're going. So we start in the beginning. with engaging, with motivating, with being able to reduce the risk and the willingness that families will come back, that they'll partake in the services. And then we want to teach families very specific skills that are going to help them in their daily lives. We're going to hear a little bit more about how we do that in a bit, but these have to be skills and interventions that they can use today to solve problems, to work through the struggles that come up today, not something that they're going to be able to use a month from now or a year from now. But you know, that's not where FFT stops. And this is another unique part about FFT, is that it's not enough just to teach families the skills that help them today. They can navigate those struggles now. They can work through the conflict that comes up. They have a way of communicating where it's not argument and storming out. What we also have to do is to prepare families successfully for the future. And that's a piece that FFT does really well. That not only are we going to help them today, but we're going to help them predict what are the things that they're going to struggle with later. Because we all know there will be struggles. We're not going to fix everything in a 3 to 6 month intervention. We're going to help them know what to do when they do have those struggles.
Can I tell my bad joke?
Always. Which one?
Yeah, there you go. Which one? So, I like gadgets and stuff. I'm the worst gadget and stuff people. My garage is full of gadgets and stuff, and 3/4 of them I don't know what to do with. That joke. So I like to do things like I took up biking. I bought the shoes, I bought the shorts, I bought the shirt, I got the bike. I did it for about 2 weeks, and then a day came when I was tired and I didn't do it. Then I thought, oh, you got to keep this up. You spent too much money. And then I would do it for another week. And then I skipped 2 days. And then I did it. And sound familiar? Not just me, is it? And so here's the idea is, and the alcohol literature taught us this. You can change people. But if you stop when they change and you don't help them stay changed, then you're going to create a revolving door. And I don't mean to be respectful about this, but that's great for a private practitioner because you can keep a client for a very, very long time. But it's not good for a community service because, as you've heard us say, our job is to get out of the way so people can live their life. So this maintaining things doesn't happen a lot in the treatments that we do. Now, one of the things we want to say is we have some variations with FFT. It isn't done in all these contexts exactly the same. In a child welfare setting, in a family services setting, Glenda, in your setting, that you know what? You have to do more than therapy. You have to help people with concrete needs. We work in New York City where we're doing therapy and they can't pay the rent and they don't have any food. How can that work? So in that setting, what we've done is we've added a layer to this, a case management layer, a layer where we help coordinate services, and the therapist plays 2 roles. They play the role as this complicated change agent, and they do concrete things. And you know, our idea is this therapy doesn't happen when you sit in a circle and all talk and express your emotions. Therapy can happen as you're helping people get to the place where they get rent assistance, where they find out where to go to get food assistance because they're food insecure. When they learn to manage the child welfare system that they're terrified of because it could take their children away. We help them learn how to deal with the system in a way they can show their best self and get the things that they need along the way.
And Tom, what's also important about that is that we do that clinical case management through the lens. So just like the map, when a therapist is addressing those concrete needs in the beginning of treatment, that looks one way. They're going to help overcome those barriers. They're going to navigate those resources for them. When we're in behavior change, we're not going to do for families. We're going to do with families. We're going to stand side by side and help them have the skills to navigate those systems. And then in generalization, we're going to stand behind families. We want to build their capacity to navigate those clinical case management things without us. If we continue in those case management needs to stand in front of the family and overcome all the barriers for them, then we haven't set them up to then be successful in those areas as we move forward.
One of the biggest challenges for us is yet another context. So it is foster care. Foster care is important. I mean, we use it all the time. When I say foster care, I mean kin care. I mean extended family care. I also mean fostering in the traditional way. We are now, FFT is the therapeutic foster care program, the only one in the state of Connecticut. We have 16 teams. We have 600 foster kids at any one time that we're helping in foster care. So the question is, how do we adapt this model to fit foster care? Because again, it is in the child welfare sphere. I'm not sure about here, but on the mainland, it is the biggest, it is an incredible challenge. And it's an important challenge. Because imagine what happens if you were a child, and some of you may have been this. You get taken away from your family and everything you know is gone, and you go somewhere else and everybody expects you to act well? I mean, come on. I wouldn't act well. Talk about trauma and talk about a challenge. So we've brought this, and there are a number of foster care approaches, right? But we've brought a family-based approach to foster care. We won't go into it today. We can talk about it at another time. But guess where it starts? It starts not with the treatment, it starts with the foster parents. And Astrid has developed a marvelous foster parent training program. We start by training the foster parents because guess what? We believe that they are our partners. The foster parents are the treatment in foster care, not an external psychologist, but everyday things happen between the youth and the foster parent. That's where they get over their trauma. If you've been taken away from your home and you can end up somewhere where you feel worthy, understood, and you can work things out, guess what you're learning to do? Overcome the trauma you've experienced. You learn to trust adults again. So in foster care, it starts here. We start our foster parents with a training program, and then we move on to something else. We certainly have some assessments that we do, and then guess what? We do FFT with the foster family. We don't have kids in individual treatment. We treat that foster family and everyone in the family. So to be an FFT foster parent, you have to be willing to work in your family, just like a caregiver, to help a youth through the daily interactions that you have. And what we try to do, in addition, is this. And this has been left out in a lot of places. And it's because systems are appropriately risk-averse. But if there has been maltreatment and a youth has been taken from their home, everyone is reluctant to deal with their permanency parent. And they wait, and they wait, and they wait, and they wait. And you know what happens when they wait? Kids get upset. Foster parent or the biological parent or permanency parent get nervous. They get scared. Treatment and foster placements get disrupted because they are not included. And you know what the data says? When they turn 18, 85% of the kids in foster care go home anyway. They go home to the very same environment they were removed from. So we begin on day one working with the permanency parent. Now, maybe they never go home, but that's not the point. The point is that we help them overcome the challenges that they have as they move along. Our goal in foster care is two things: child well-being, but it is quick permanency, and it is one placement, not 10, and we have some kids in the Connecticut system that were through 8 and 10 foster homes. Talk about trauma. That's trauma. So we begin this work and then we move to reunification. We have some transition things that we do, but then we repeat FFT with the permanency family. What's good, we already know the youth. And here's the other thing that happens to youth in foster care. They get a lot of providers. And so when they go home, they typically get a new therapist. This is somebody that's lost everything anyway, and now we're going to take away the therapist that they've learned to trust. So guess what? The same therapist follows them to their permanency placement so that the youth has continuity. The youth has somebody they trust. The youth has someone that they can hold on to. And we already know them, and we help them integrate in that way.
Let's talk about FFT as a reentry model. One of the things that really came out of the contextualization that we did in meeting with the families is sometimes there's this fear around whether they were in a foster home or whether they're in detention, that fear around having them come back home, right? So with this, using FFT and reentry, we would start the process of FFT before they get home. We start while they're still in that placement, wherever that might be, in order to start the process of the family starting to work through some of those struggles and some of those places where they're stuck. So we want to start that process so that when they are transitioning back home, we're able to really dive in and lean into some of the struggles that they will face in order to help them not have to re-enter that, whatever that facility is that they were in before.
So FFT as a model is family-centered.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was my job. I should pay attention.
And so lots of people say that we're family-centered. We actionalize it in two specific ways. That we respect that families are the experts on themselves. So just like we came to Puerto Rico with cultural humility, with an understanding that we didn't know, we have that same approach when we walk into a family session, that we don't know that family's culture in the unique way that it plays out from them. And so families are the experts on themselves. And the therapist is the expert on the change process. So the therapist has to play an expert role to help move the family through a process, always respecting that the family is the expert on themselves. And it takes both experts to get to the outcomes that we're all looking for.
And team, we're going to take a bit of a different shift here. We're going to shift to the video here rather than going to behavior change. So let's take a different view of what we've just talked about. So this is an interesting videotape. It goes a little longer. And boy, if you didn't think hearing us in English and translating to Spanish was hard, you're going to now see me working with a Dutch family. They're going to speak English, so it's not in Dutch. I've been going to the Netherlands because I live there part of the year because my wife is Dutch. I still don't know the language, right? I hear about it every single day from my family. I didn't know about it here either. Their English is quite good, but there may be some points where you have some trouble understanding. So this is a young man, and it'll illustrate the things that we talked about, right? Here is a young man, and a young man that is struggling. He has a choice. He's been in trouble. He's been in trouble with the law. He's on multiple medications. He has psychiatric care. He has an individual therapist. His choice is this: go to prison or work with your family. Now, for me, there's a pretty clear choice there. That wouldn't be hard for me, but it's really a tough choice for him. And so we come into this room, and we're going to do a first session and try to illustrate some of these things for you. And let's have a look and see how this goes.
I don't know if y'all to understand you behind that. I try to.
So the difference with you and your mom is, is there a sense, you have this idea that she doesn't understand quite as much? Is that seems? Yeah.
So, who are the players in the room? You see the young man, and here's the remarkable thing. He is wearing a colorful coat. You know what that is? He's Colombian. He was adopted. That is from his native country and his native community. He believes in that identity very strongly. And you can see his mom and his father, not the person here on the left. They're white and they're Dutch. There is a cultural component here, and it's a big one. The person in the black is the individual therapist. He was so nervous about me talking to this boy that he wouldn't let me go in the room alone. Now, he doesn't say much, but that's a whole different issue.
But when your dad's hard on you, it still feels like there's something different. It's curious to me.
When I have a fight with him, he's first thinking about it. And he don't scream, He's just chill and he talks with me. He's first got to think about it, And then sometimes he understands me and sometimes he don't, But he's not screaming and stuff. And I don't like when people scream at me, This makes me angry.
If you scream back.
Yeah.
So your mom and dad have very different ways of caring about you and not giving up on you. Because, could I ask you something?
Yes.
When you scream, and I don't know you, so I'm going to ask this, and you could tell me if I'm wrong. When you scream, you're not pushing them away and throwing them out, are you?
No.
You're hurt and scared for them?
Yes, of course.
The same as you, but you both do that very differently.
Yes.
So when you hurt like that and get afraid, you're quick to come to kind of saying it. So does that make sense? I mean, my English.
Yes, it does make sense.
Okay. But at the moment, you don't feel afraid. You feel just very angry.
Yeah, I'm very angry now. Then I really explode.
Yeah. But am I right? Does she?
Yes, it's right, yeah.
Is she right?
I'm sorry, I have to say this. What do you think just happened? The individual therapist and the boy start laughing when the mother talks about her anger. That's what they've been talking about in individual therapy. You get to do that when the other people are not there. You can't do that if she's sitting there. The question is, does that help the young man? Well, it's sort of, kind of, but no, because it doesn't help him see his mother differently.
No, help me with it. Because my disadvantage here is not knowing the language. You all get to do things that I don't understand, so you have to help me.
No, I just left because you said to her, you explode, and then she said yes, and then,
Oh, okay.
I left about it.
Yeah, because she does explode.
Yes.
Like, is the explosion this big or this big?
This big.
Okay. There's a really important thing I have to ask, and I need to understand this if it's okay. Your explosions sound to me like a mother that's afraid when she sees her son not changing, not a mean woman who can't control her temper.
No.
It's an afraid mother.
Yes.
You've put too much into him to see this not work.
Yes, of course. You're right.
And you've invested
Yes, a lot.
A lot. And when he continues to misbehave, does it really tear
It hurts.
It hurts a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, I can even see as you talk about it.
Yeah.
And after that's happened many times, you don't feel the hurt anymore immediately, you just feel the anger at it first. So it's like, it used to be that it would be hurt, and a little anger. Now it's a little hurt and a lot of anger.
A lot of anger.
But the hurt part's still there.
Yes.
That must be very hard.
It is.
News. When she's angry, do you know that what she's doing is that she's afraid? Or when she gets angry, are you so quick to come to anger that you miss the fact that she's afraid? She could probably be afraid differently, but she's very afraid.
Yeah, but sometimes, when she's screaming, she's not always screaming with love in it. It's always, I see it as hate, Go out of the house, go in your room, just go away. It's coming,
Yeah.
When she's saying that, go away,
So,
That hurts as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's interesting, isn't it? Is that there has been so much, it sounds like, that's happened, that you don't hear the love part of it and the afraid part. What you hear
is anger,
and you fear it here pushing you away?
Yeah.
Does it feel like when it's really funny, because it sounds like what she's trying to do is keep you? but it feels like it's being pushed away.
She might be saying that with love, but she's not acting like that, you know?
Yeah, no, that's, I understand. So then what you respond...
When she said that to me, it's always making me mad inside, and then I'm gonna do crazy stuff, you know. I'm thinking by myself, my parents don't love me anymore, you know. Fuck it, you know.
Yeah. You don't want them to leave you, do you? Can I ask a question? Because I want to tell you that. Yes. I want to tell you that it's good for me to see that you haven't lost something with them that's very important in making this work. You may say fuck it sometimes, but that's not how you feel. How you feel is that you don't know losing.
I already have lost one mother. But it's not gonna happen a second time.
So you're not gonna give up. You're not gonna let this happen for you.
Maybe when they didn't adopt me, I will be dead by now. Maybe I don't say that I love them, you know, because they always are mad at me, you know, and I don't have the time to tell them that I love them, but I still do.
I can see that. I mean, how I understand your tears is I understand it, and help me if I'm not accurate about this. I understand it as how desperate you are to hold on. And how, I mean, you're a tough guy, you're a street guy, but you don't want to lose him.
Some street guys, they always talking about their mom, fuck that, you know, they hate their mothers, but I don't.
And that's the difference. You see,
maybe the outside is rough, you know, but I still have a heart.
It's not all about yelling. Tough kid, street kid, he would steal your bike, he would steal your car, you wouldn't want to hang around him. And what is behind that behavior? What you just saw. His parents can't lean in to help him unless they can see what's behind it. The early job of FFT is to pull out what's behind it so you can change the relationship between them, so you can change the meaning of what's going on. What we've done here is I said his mother is not a mean, angry woman, she's scared. He hears that and he changes, and it hits something inside of him. They think he doesn't care. And what happens when he hit it? He says, I am not going to lose another mother. How does this happen?
So what we saw Tom do there was working through the roadmap of FFT. So we are starting an engagement and motivation, that first phase of treatment. In engagement motivation, the goal is exactly what you heard Tom talk about, which is beginning to change meaning, beginning to shift the focus from the individual focus to what's happening between them. And you saw that almost instantly happen. My guess is that was a referral that came in due to the youth's behaviors. But instantly, Tom was able to talk to mom and begin to reduce some of the negativity and blame around what is that yelling about for mom? What is her response about? And then doing the same thing for the youth. That's exactly what we want to do in this initial stage of engagement motivation. So every phase in FFT treatment has goals associated to it and what we're looking for outcomes to help the families move towards that sustainable change. So in engagement motivation, where you're wanting to see that alliance between the family members, and you can almost start to see it shifting in just the first session here, where their mom is, or dad, I don't know, dad was on patting his arm, mom was responding in a different way. We want to promote that so that they have the willingness to actually do something different in the next phase. Also shifting again from that, it's about him to, oh, we all have a piece of this, right? That relational focus, which also promotes their willingness to do it, right? When it doesn't feel like it's all about me as the youth or all about mom, if we can all say that we have a piece of this, which again, we saw Tom kind of already working through that in that very first session, then we're all going to be more engaged and more willing to work together. And again, reducing that negativity and blame so that we have hope to try. If Tom wouldn't have shifted kind of how the son understood mom's yelling, then he still would have came with the same negativity, right? He wouldn't have wanted to work with mom, but now he understands that mom is just very fearful and she's worried about him, so he has a little bit of a different understanding, which is exactly what we want to do in engagement motivation. We're working to change meaning in the room, help everyone understand something different, and help them feel like they're doing this together.
And what those goals do is that it gives the focus for the therapist. Right? So you saw Tom play out something. Well, what we're able to do with the map is give therapists a clear focus as they're going into that session so that they can put what we call the noise in the background, right? It's not about his behavior or what has played out between them. It's about what is going on, what that meaning is and what's going on and how we can get them on the same page to be willing to work together. So we give that lens of looking for problem definitions, understanding the pattern, so that we can help therapists pay attention to those things in the room and lean in to intervene. And so these are the things that we listen for specifically, the pattern, the meaning, and that we're listening for blame so that we can now shift what they think about the problem for it to be more relational. So let's look at how this might play out. So here's that same example we looked at before, right? We're back to Ada. Ada wants something, and she probably demands it from her mother. She has a meaning that she puts on what's happening between them. They don't really care about me. Why should I try? Why should I do it differently? Mom's immediate reaction is one of anger. Her meaning is, we've done everything we could. I can't take it anymore. She's the problem. She's unwilling to change. So mom's behavior is one of lecturing, one of yelling. Then Ada responds again. They're in this yelling back and forth where Ada's problem definition, the meaning of the problem she puts on is, I've done nothing wrong. Here she goes again. They don't understand me. So the belief she has about what the problem is then influences her behavior in that pattern. Maybe dad jumps in. I'm tired of all of this. I'm tired of them arguing. They're both the problem. So he jumps into the discussion. Again, Ada may respond with anger. And we can see that it's going to go round and round again if we can't change how they think about the problem, the meaning they put on the problem. So how do we do that, Tom? How do we change that meaning?
Sorry, we're being a little contingent here, and I want Jennifer to know what's about to happen since she's dutifully watching time, so sorry. There is a word in the family therapy literature that's been around a long time. It's called reframing. I mean, it's been there forever. In fact, you do it all the time, you know, and every one of us does it. Reframing in the family therapy literature has been a little bit like making lemonade out of lemons. Somebody says this, and you go, oh, no, that's not that, that's this. That's what this is. That's a this, right? And yeah, sometimes that works. Sometimes that's helpful, but it can come across as telling as well. If you've been watching these videos carefully, I've been they say something and I frame it differently. With the boy at the beginning, I framed it, the dark storm clouds, as safe and independent. With this one, I said her angry behavior is much more about being scared and worried. And his angry behavior also has a different meaning. So reframing from an FFT perspective is not about just saying what's different. It's about collaboratively working with the family to bring them into a different view. And it doesn't happen with one statement. It doesn't happen by just saying it. It actually happens by going around and around and around. So in the technique, we're not reframing people. I'm not saying, she's really a good mom. You missed, that doesn't work because it's not specific enough. So reframing is not about framing people. It's about framing behaviors. So you've got to start with the behavior. So if you noticed in the tape, what did I say? When she's angry, when he, when they. So the first step is, what is it? The second step is, of course, an important step. The second step is critically important, which is we have to acknowledge that this is not easy for people. You can't just say, oh no, it's not sour, it's really sweet. You can't go there. You have to say, well, like I said to the mom, thank you very much. Everybody's so thoughtful to take care of me. I think it's so nice. You can't just say, you have to acknowledge that it's difficult or they don't come along with you. And the point is that we bring people along this process with us. So the next thing I say, and it's really hard for you, and then it goes, and guess what? I wonder if it's not this. Now, listen to the words, and this is a funny thing we say, and maybe you want to take it away and practice. I hope you take more than this away. The difference between saying yes and yes but is gigantic. I mean, try it in your own life, because as soon as you say yes but, no one heard the yes. Everybody misses it, because what they hear you saying is, you were wrong. But when you go yes and, you've added something on top of what they believe that allows them to shift the meaning part. And Marta, this is all about what, like in Ada, this is helping shift the, they don't care about me, and shift the meaning part. It has to go in these 3 steps fairly quickly. Now, it's not that it's always formulaic, but the steps have to happen. Then becomes a really interesting step for the therapist. They have to shut up and listen, because the next thing that happens will tell them what they need to do next, because it never is going to shift the meaning immediately. It's going to start the meaning shift, so that if they come back and go, scared, I don't get scared, then that isn't time to try a different reframe. That's the time to adjust your reframe, add something to it, change a word, change the way you do it, change the way you go about it, and then guess what? It's around and around and around. And so what the process is collaborating with the family together to come up with a new meaning. When I say scared, I mean, luckily in these 2 tapes I was right, but what if I was wrong? then it's not that I have to change directions. I just need to hear my partner in the room, which is the family. I need to hear what they heard, what they think, and adjust it. It's not that reframing didn't work. How in the world can we ever know how to fit it directly to someone if we don't listen to our partner and adjust along the way? That's why engagement motivation takes multiple sessions, not one session. And you have to go around, and you have to go around, and you have to go around as we move through things. And the goal is this. The goal is to get them to think about the problem differently, but not just differently, but in a way that's solvable. Get them to think about it and be more hopeful. Get them to think about it in a way that engages it. You be the test. In the first one, it's harder to see. But in the second one, guess what? They're leaning in. It has changed things, as Sasha said. It's fundamentally changed things along the way.
And so we use that process of reframing to move everyone from those individual problem definitions toward a shared family problem definition. Something that it's about all of us. And it's something that is solvable, something that we can manage together. So reframing is about removing barriers so that we can move in that direction. We have to be able to change that meaning, change the problem definition. We have to be able to find noble intent, the nobility. It's not just the anger that we see at the surface. It comes from a place of hurt, scared, worry, love. And we're building individual responsibility. It's not okay the way he demonstrates his anger. And what gets missed is the love and the hurt that happens between them. So when we're able to create that family focus where everyone is involved, we can further build engagement motivation for them to be able to do something differently.
And Marta, this is all about the concept that we talk about a lot. There is a difference between being blamed for something and being responsible for the behavior that you did. That boy is responsible for everything he did. He is not to be blamed for everything they experience, not at all. So we're trying to separate. We're not trying to say they didn't do it, don't hold them accountable. We're saying that doesn't mean they caused all of this. Which, you remember how we talked about problem definitions? They're all initially about blame along the way.
So we saw Tom in those video examples, but let's look at another example with Ada. Right? So what we may say in that reframing intervention to Ada is, your mom can be angry. I think what you miss, or what she doesn't show you, is that that's really about how scared she is. And her anger comes from not knowing what to do. But she makes it hard to see sometimes. And then to mom, we might say something like, Ada is struggling. I think she's searching for herself. I think when she questions you, it's her way, although hurtful, of trying to find herself. Now, the way she shows her anger is not always good. But I think what it really represents is the turmoil and the struggle that she's going through. So we're not excusing behavior. And actually, that's one of the things that we reinforce the most with our therapist. We cannot excuse behavior. We have to be able to talk about the behavior and the negative consequence, but change the focus and the meaning to where that nobility is, where that noble intent is.
Marta, everybody we train says, that all sounds good, but I'm going to sit in the middle of this and I have to come up with this on my own in like 5 seconds? Well, no, not necessarily, Sasha.
So here are just some examples of some theme hints, right? So what you saw Tom do is really quick, but he is the model creator here. So we have these theme hints to help you to start thinking about what are some of the possibilities that are behind the behaviors, right? So if you see like we saw in the example, the youth was really angry, but it was all about that hurt. Oftentimes you see parents showing up in these really large ways, but they're really worried about their ability to protect that child and keep them safe. One that you see a lot also are kids who seem defiant, but it's more about them searching for that independence, right? They're really wanting to figure out how can they show up and, one, not burden their parent or be able to take something off them, but they're just struggling with how to do it. So these are a nice list of some of the things you can start to think about, especially when you're seeing your kids or your clients, starting to think about what is behind that behavior, what's going on for them.
And what does all of this do other than just change meaning? For us, it does some essential things for the next steps. It actually, as Marta and Sasha said, what we're doing is pulling out the noble intent, and we have a fundamental belief. People have noble intentions behind their behavior. Been doing this work a long time. I haven't found that many honestly evil people in the world. I found a lot of people with misguided behavior where no one sees the noble intention that comes from. It also sets the goals for what we're going to do next. If we had started trying to do skills training with either of these families early on, we would have been training the wrong thing. So it actually now sets for them, what are we going to do? Because if we were to have started with what they came in, we'd be trying to come up with skills that address each of their problem definitions and don't address what's common between the family. This helps you stay out of we call it stay out of the weeds, stay out of the noise. Notice what we're talking about is we're kind of non-specific. That's on purpose. Because people fight about the details. They don't fight about the noble intent. So the idea is let's stay out of the weeds and let's move forward. And it breaks the patterns Marta talked about. It gives a positive attribution. And you know what else? It makes it about everybody. In both of these cases, in short periods of time, suddenly the problem is not the identified kid. The problem is all of them in a different way. None of them to blame. None of them all of them responsible, but none of them to blame. And it just becomes a thread that then sets up all the next things that we're going to talk about after lunch.
¿Cómo vamos? Bien, espero que estén disfrutando. Invita mucho a la reflexión, no solamente para las familias a quienes servimos, sino para nosotros mismos. Así que vamos ahora a movernos a un espacio de autocuidado. Vamos a sentarnos, a almorzar. Vamos a tener aproximadamente 1 hora para ello. Así que les invito, ¿verdad? Les recuerdo que los baños están saliendo a la izquierda y nuevamente a la izquierda. Acá a la derecha, detrás de nosotros, está el espacio donde vamos a estar almorzando. Hay ujieres, aquellos de ustedes que son psicólogos, que tienen que hacer el pasito extra. Esto puede ser un buen momento. Y también hay unos ujieres que van a dirigir a algunos de nuestros invitados especiales a unas mesas específicas. Así que buen provecho y nos vemos en 1 hora. ¿Cómo estuvo ese almuerzo? Rico. Bueno, les recuerdo que autocuidado sobre todo, los baños están saliendo por estas puertas, 2 izquierdas. De igual modo, vamos a continuar teniendo cafecito, galletitas, así que si usted necesita un espacio de autocuidado, eso siempre es importante. Housekeeping rapidito. Ahora en la tarde vamos a comenzar con las postpruebas. He visto a mis compañeros de Nexos volteando las cositas que están en sus mesas, así que, ¿verdad? Si alguno de ustedes necesita asistencia, aquellos de nosotros que somos psicólogos, ¿verdad? Les recuerdo que tenemos que hacer ese pasito extra, recordando también que usted no tiene que pagar ese estacionamiento. Usted pasa a su discreción por el registro y con mucho gusto le vamos a dar un ponchecito. Déjenme saber, se supone que ya ustedes puedan descargar en los materiales el PowerPoint, está disponible Y les recordamos que este evento se repite en abril. Así que vamos a estar mirando esas evaluaciones, esa retroalimentación de ustedes para tomar todo eso en cuenta para cuando lo repitamos. Estoy mirando a mis colegas, ¿se me quedó algo de housekeeping? ¿Estamos? Bueno, pues nada, que disfruten esta sesión, vayan tomando nota mental de sus preguntas, ¿verdad? O comentarios. Vamos a tener un Q&A al final del día y los dejo con mis colegas de FFT. Que disfruten.
Gracias. Buenas tardes. Gracias. So I hope everyone had a wonderful lunch. I know I did. Needed a minute to digest and have energy to get back up here. So we left off this morning with talking about how do we help shift the meaning people give to the problem? How do we create motivation so that we can bring families together to a shared problem where they're now hopeful and ready to begin to do something different? So that's where we're going to pick up. Then what? What do we do now? And so now that we have helped a family build a family focus, have a climate of alliance and support, reduce that blame, they're now engaged in the process. What they now need is a new way of being able to work things out together. It's the first very important step to see the problem differently, to be willing and able to lean in to the struggles as a family, but now they need something that is more concrete that's going to help them with those daily struggles.
Hello. Okay. So we're at the second phase of FFT treatment, behavior change, but I want to slow down because what I want everyone to remember is that in FFT, the phase before it is the foundation for the next. So everything that you did in engagement motivation is going to be vital in behavior change. So that reframing that we talked about, you're going to utilize it in behavior change as well. That is what's going to keep the family engaged and motivated through behavior change, through actually doing things and through actually working things out together. So in the same way that engagement motivation had a set of goals and hopeful outcomes, BC also has those same goals. The goal of behavior change is to help families be able to gain skills that they can use to work together to do things differently, right? So that they can function in a safe and healthy way. The key is we want to help them work real problems out. Everything that we're putting on the table, everything that we're helping them navigate is going to be relevant to them. And that is a really important part of behavior change. We're helping them shift those patterns that we talked about earlier, starting by intervening with skills. So the patterns that Marta talked through earlier in the day, the goal is to help them do it differently. If mom yells when she gets worried, how can we give her something else to do when she's worried, right? So we're wanting to help them gain skills that helps them do that differently. And then we're going to help the family shift the way that they work through problems in order to help that individual also shift the way they work through problems.
And so the way in which we do that is we go back to looking at that behavioral pattern, the ways in which things play out between the family members. And so if we think back on the last video we watched with Niels and his two parents, that we start there with the pattern. Where is it that they struggle between each other? Where is the conflict? And then we look to identify what the skill is and where in the pattern we need to help them do something different. And that skill has to fit that relational pattern. It has to be specific to how they work in a day-to-day basis so that it fits their practical needs, is relevant and useful in the day-to-day as they navigate through those struggles.
Now, how do we do that in FFT? We're going to do it with 4 very specific skills, but one main one, which is problem solving. We're going to help the family navigate how do they problem solve in a different way together, right? How do they work out those daily challenges in a different way that helps them actually get unstuck? We're going to teach them conflict management, emotion regulation, but all while they're working through problem solving. And all while they're thinking about when issues come up, how do they manage it through conflict management, through the emotion regulation, and also communication. We will also help parents think about how can we shift the way we're parenting so that it's more alliance-based, so that we're working together even when it comes to parenting, even when a parent is doing supervision. How can we still create that alliance and make it feel like it's a relational, it's being done through the relational lens? How do we do it? In FFT, we're going to do all of this in the room. We're going in the moment as we are working through, or we're talking about the pattern, we're talking about the theme and those reframes. We're going to connect that to what we want them to do. Once we do that, we're going to say, hey, let's talk about it now. Let's work that problem out in this moment. And that is an important piece because we want them to do it in front of us so that we can help them do it in a different way, right? Imagine if we say, okay, now you guys problem solve and then leave, what would happen, right? They would really struggle. So we want to be able to be there in order to help them do it differently, in order to catch those moments where they get stuck, to help them navigate that in a different way. So we're going to have them do it in the room, and we're going to have a video where you guys can see that actually happening. The last thing is we're going to continue, even in behavior change, to match to the family. We're going to be matching to intensity, frequency, and quantity, depending on who the family is, right? If it's a family who is very contacting, we're going to increase the amount of times they are checking in with each other or communicating with each other, right? We're going to really be thoughtful in what we're doing in behavior change to make sure it fits each individual family.
So let's talk about how that plays out in a room. So when we talked about the reframing process, it was just that. It was a circular process that you start somewhere, you evaluate, you adjust, and you go back at it again. Well, we're going to do that same thing in behavior change, except in behavior change, the way what we're going to focus on changes, our goals have changed, and so what we're going to do is work with the family to identify a struggle, a thing in their daily life that's relevant, that they're having a hard time with, and we're going to start that problem solving. We're going to help them, we're going to coach them, we're going to help demonstrate if we have to, where they're using a process in the session to navigate through how are they going to do this, right? They're building the skills, the competency to have a different conversation, right? Think back at Neil's. They don't have that skill set now. Their anger has gotten in the way. And so now we're going to give them a process and teach them how to do that. But we have to then be able and willing as therapists to adjust and adapt. To know as we go through the process, we're looking for how do we need to help them do it a little bit differently so it matches to the ways in which it's going to be effective for that family in how they navigate. And so as therapists, this requires us to be active participants. We're just as active in behavior change as we are in engagement motivation. And we come with a specific strategy that we're going to introduce to the family, but one that has to fit how they work, how they function. We don't change how they function. We need to fit into that. And so matching to the family becomes a tremendously important in how we do that in the room with them.
So in FFT, we're thinking about shifting, right? When they come to us, of course, everything's very individualized. You have on this lens now the relational focus. So everything we're doing in BC still sits with that lens. Even if there is a youth that is dealing with depression or anxiety, right? We're still seeing it through that lens. And so the way we do that is by helping the youth and the caregiver work together to do things differently. And these are some of the skills that I just talked about. But specifically, we want to think about alliance-based problem solving and negotiating to work things out. I know when we did some of the interviews, some of the parents were like negotiating when we started to talk about this, but when you're able to negotiate with the youth and really have them be in charge of part of what they're working on, it really empowers them, which is exactly what we want to do. We want to empower the youth and the parents to really be able to do that together and navigate that in a different way. Again, communication, conflict management, same thing. We want to be able to give the families or partner with the families to work on what they need in order to do things differently, right? To solve those daily challenges as they might come up. Go ahead, what were you going to say? Oh, okay. Alliance-based supervision and monitoring, same thing. These are skills that usually when you hear supervision, it's a parent saying this is what's going to happen. In FFT, we want them to work together to create a plan, to figure this out in a way that actually works, where they're not stuck and are able to function in a healthy manner.
So we have these 4 behavior change targets. We're thinking through this with every family that we're going to work with, except it's not a curriculum approach. We don't come with a piece of paper and say, okay, today we're going to work through problem solving. Here are the steps. Let's fill out this piece of paper. Or here are the I feel communication skills that we're going to practice. Instead, what we do is we use these principles and we match them to what the family needs. And families need different things. Some families, the biggest focus will be on that alliance-based problem solving. That may be where we spend 80% of our time in behavior change. Other families, it may be more about how they manage conflict, right? The ways in which they try and manage conflict prevents them from being able to problem solve. Well, then we need to go there, and we need to focus our sessions on that. It might be that the way in which they communicate is the biggest struggle in getting in the way. And so we make sure that we use these 4 targets, but do it in a way that's specific and matches to the family. And we don't need to provide families skills that they already have. We don't spend time working through communication skills if that's not part of the struggle and what gets in the way. Clearly, we already did that.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
So I just want to also, because I know it sounds like, oh, after we get to BC, things are unicorn and rainbows, right? That is not the case. You're still using those reframes. You're still going back to the relational theme to help families stay motivated, right? There are going to be times where you're doing problem solving with the youth and their family, and it doesn't go well, but you just come back to the table, right? You're just continuously adjusting and adapting each time.
Thank you. Definitely important, right? We have not eliminated negativity. We've reduced it so they're able to lean in and work together, but always able to respond to that. So let's go back to an example and see how would this play out before we get to a video time. So we've gone back and forth with examples. We're going to go back to the example we have around Ada and her mother, right? We saw how back and forth the conflict and the arguing would build and build, Dad would get involved, and then they would both separate. There'd be a fight and they'd separate. And so now the therapist is thinking about, what can I introduce at this part in the pattern that can help this play out differently? So I may work with Ada and say, okay, when you have to request something, when you're about to work through a problem with your mom, we're going to ask you to do it a little bit differently. Say it this way. We may introduce a communication skill. And then having mom then be able to respond differently. Instead of jumping to her anger, to be able to sit in it with Ada and have a communication about what the problem is they're trying to solve. So now we're in this problem solving. But again, to Sasha's point, that doesn't mean they're going to be able to do it perfectly. Ada is a teenager. And so her response is still going to be one that's not perfect for her mother. But if we can soften that a little bit and get them in a dialogue, we give them both an opportunity to come up with a plan. Now, the plan is not the goal of the session. The goal of the session is to help build their skills, the process of what we're working through. And so we come up with a plan in the session, and we prepare families for it's not going to go well. You're going to continue to struggle. You're going to try this out, and you're potentially going to struggle. And then we help them navigate through those struggles so that we can help them throughout the entire pattern navigate through how are they going to handle it when there is conflict, right? Maybe Ada does part of it, but not all of it. So how do they navigate those feelings and come back together so that they're still able to be in the process together? That we're not fixing problems, we're creating skills where the family is able to navigate any problem that comes up for them. So they learn how to work together. It helps them build trust. It decreases the trauma symptoms that they experience. It gives them hope and confidence. If I could do it this time, maybe I can do it in this situation. And those things build on each other and prepare so that they can navigate harder and harder and more difficult things together. So Tom, why don't you introduce what the video is we're going to look at?
Yeah, so I got it. This all sounds great. This all sounds easy, right? And the funny thing about FFT is that, and we tried to describe it this morning, and I hope you understand this in the way it's intended, the therapist leads them through change. The therapist doesn't determine what they do as they go through it, but the therapist leads them through it. If you were to say, are you ready to do behavior change? I mean, they can't answer that question, right? Negativity's not gone, everything's not fixed, everything's not done yet. So what we train therapists to do is actually plan for sessions. You're going to see this a little bit later as we go through. So what you're going to see is a section of, we're going to do 2 actually videos about behavior change. And there's a reason for 2. So as the therapist, this next video actually comes from one you can buy if you want, from the American Psychological Association. And what's nice about it is it's telehealth, because during COVID, we couldn't all get together. So this is one through video. And you know what we found? That works amazingly well. It works amazingly well. You lose a lot of things, and it's not totally easy, but it can work very, very well. So here I'm the therapist. I've done four sessions of engagement motivation with the family you're going to see. You're going to see a family. Dad's name is Lou. Mom's name is Trish. There are 2 twins. And I go into the session planning to start what Marta and Sasha just told you. I have an idea. There are some issues. We've heard all about the issues. There's a curfew issue is what it is. They didn't come home on time. My big plan is I'm going to go in and let's get started on fixing this. It never works that way. So as a therapist, you have to be not just planful, but you also have to be contingent. And what that means is an hour is a very long time in therapy if you're moving quickly and if you're paying attention, if you have goals. So I went in and had to change plans. Let's watch how we set this up. So on the left side, you'll see in blue, Lou. You'll see Trish next to him and the 2 twin girls, and of course me in my house in Bloomington, and they're in Connecticut.
But Trish and I don't care for them very much. If
they're talking about friends and things like that. And my whole point was, let's get into how you can figure out how to work this out together. I have so much water, and it's so thankful. I'm not going to get through this because I'm going to have to go to the bathroom 19 times, but I'm very appreciative of everybody paying such close attention, and thank you very much. So I get started, right? And I want to pull something and get it on the table. I want to get an issue on the table. And then as Marta said, what I want to do is say, okay, let's just work it out right now. Traditional therapies frequently say, okay, here's a skill, go home and try it. And I don't know about all of you that have worked with families a lot, but you know what the experience I'm about to tell you. You say, work it out, here's a skill, go home and do it, and they come back and you say, how'd it work? And they go, what? How'd what work? They never do it. And the reason is this, because in doing something new in the pattern, it's not as simple as just doing it. They get caught off base by all sorts of these meanings and the different things that go on. They need a coach. They need a guide. This is not teaching skills. We actually call it coaching people to do them. So best for us is in the room that I can help maneuver them. In this particular case, it takes a different twist.
That's the nicest way to say that.
But coming from last week, we realized that this is a learning process. So like the things that we talked about last week and the week before and the week before that, we were still kind of in the honeymoon phase where we were working stuff out, but we also still hadn't seen any true, maybe behavior issues that are coming up every week, and it's always something different. So the instance that Lou is talking about is that we were so happy that Aubrey found these friends, and she ended up, we gave her a curfew. She ended up going out.
We gave her 8 o'clock, which we thought was great for, a 15-year-old, and she strolled in at midnight.
Okay, there are all sorts of things to say about this, right? She's 15 and she's going to come home at 8 o'clock. I don't know about how that works here, and in some cases that's particularly appropriate, but you can tell where the discrepancy is going to be, right? And then suddenly there is the blame that we thought we had reduced significantly.
First of all, it was like 11:30. It wasn't even 12.
Well, we were still worried, so
whatever. But, and first of all, 8 o'clock is like a baby, curfew. 7-year-olds have later curfews than that.
You had no ride. We had to arrange a ride for you.
Well, I was gonna get one somewhere. I could have just carpooled with my friends or something. Their parents were like.
You do know that we were waiting for you, right?
Well, no, I didn't know that, but
I would love to interrupt them. There's just no place.
Let me ask a question, if I don't mind. Aubrey, do you mind if I interrupt for a second? Because I want to hear what you have to say, but I am curious about something from their perspective. Why did this upset you all?
I guess we reacted to it very differently.
When she came home, I yelled. I didn't know. All my training went out the window, and I yelled and screamed and Trish kind of.
I tried to bring it back to more of a clinical thing, but I was so frightened too. It's not something as a foster parent that you want to have to call the social worker about and say, by the way, we just lost a kid. So I was very nervous. I was really relieved to see her at home. The first thing I started with was finding out maybe why she did this. Lou, he was a little different in the approach.
I was just mad. I was mad that she disrespected us. We gave her, to use your word, an opportunity to go out with new friends, okay? We gave her a curfew, which we thought was fair, that she agreed to. She actually agreed to it. She said yes. And then we set up a time and a place to meet, and no Aubrey.
So I'll ask you, is it time to teach them how to negotiate something with all of this going on? It would fall flat. It would go nowhere. So in FFT, we call it being contingent, contingently responding. So I have to switch gears and change plans. Now that doesn't mean I'm not switching the session. We're not going back to engagement motivation. I just know there's something to do before we can get to the main story of this session.
And
let me ask you, if I can. Again, I'm really sorry. Sometimes it's over the computer is hard, right? Because there's a little bit of a delay. So I apologize if I interrupt.
And notice the other thing, and sorry to interrupt a lot, but I think I want to pull out the important pieces here. I was taught as a therapist, you don't interrupt people, you don't talk over people. That's a thing to never do. After all this experience, if you don't interrupt them, they're going to go on and on. Now, so the question is not about interrupting or not. The question is about how to interrupt. And you notice how I'm doing it. I ask permission. I say I'm sorry. I try to do it respectfully, but I interrupt them. And that's actually a good thing. So if you take nothing else away, you can take away the idea that it's therapeutic to interrupt people. No, don't do that. Sorry.
When you yelled, what's behind the yelling?
Now you know where I'm going. Suddenly you know where I'm heading. I'm going back to the skill we talked about earlier.
When you yelled, what was behind the yelling? There's something, you seem like not necessarily a yeller. I mean, you seem like a reasonable kind of guy. So Raylan, that sounds like maybe that's not true. But
sometimes it can be a little bit harsh.
You know what? I want the best for you guys when you're in our care. You know, we like to think that, you know, we're giving you every opportunity. You know, we're being very fair on many things. And
it's a compromise.
And when you show disrespect,
how is coming home late disrespectful?
Because we gave you a curfew. Because
you know what you just heard? We used the word earlier this morning, a problem definition. You know what Lou's struggling with? The filter through which he looks at their behavior is one called respect. He sees a behavior that maybe many of you would see differently as disrespectful. As soon as he feels like it's disrespectful, he goes to a different direction. So what is our task? Remember the pattern? Remember the meeting? We have to change the word disrespect so that he's able to act differently.
You agreed to that curfew.
I only agreed because I wasn't in the mood to fight. I didn't like that curfew.
I want to interrupt all of you for 1 second. So let me see if I can ask a couple of small things, because it sounds to me like this is your first big thing that's happened. But this does sound like the first big thing that's happened. This is the first way in which you're beginning to learn about each other. And so, Lou, when I ask you a little bit about what's behind the yelling, my question is a little bit, I don't think it's meanness. I don't think it's controllingness.
It's frightened. I was frightened. I was afraid. I was afraid for her safety, you know?
I was perfectly fine.
I don't know these people that you were with. We don't know. If we reach out to you and we don't get an answer back, it becomes us worrying. And then worrying goes to being afraid. There's a lot that happens in this world, Aubrey.
So, Lou, when you yell, does that typically mean that you're scared? You're worried about something and that's your way of being worried?
Everything. I tend to bottle things up inside, and then it just releases. And, you know, I was ecstatic that she was home safe and sound, but everything just was bottled inside, and that's how it came out. And like I said, I know we weren't supposed to do that, but my training at that moment
and it created a divide. I think some barriers of trust and, you know.
Yeah. And what I can tell you is they never tell you in the training the fact that it's pretty easy to say don't get upset, but it's really hard not to. But that was what you said, Lou, is really, really helpful. Is because my guess is on the outside, it's not easy to see that yelling is being afraid. Aubrey, does it look like afraid? Did it look like afraid to you when he yelled?
No, it looked like he was being controlling and I don't even know. He was overreacting, definitely. I don't think he should have been yelling in that situation at all. I was perfectly fine. I came home a few hours late. He said midnight. It wasn't midnight. And he's just,
So, Aubrey, so if I'm clear, you didn't hear the fear in the yelling then, did you?
No.
So when you get mad like you're mad right now, are you mad at his anger? Because you miss the fear?
No, well, yes, kind of. But I'm more mad at the way he handled it, because I personally don't think that he should have been that mad or even that frightened, because I am 15, I'll be driving soon. So he didn't really have a reason to be frightened.
So Lou, one of the things I want to ask you is, you said two things a second ago, and I appreciate your honesty. One thing you said was you were scared and you yelled, and the other thing you said is that you were really happy she was home.
Absolutely. I was 100% happy that she was home safe and sound.
That's the part that didn't come out so much, did it?
No, I guess not.
So Aubrey, do you hear him? He was also happy you were home, an indication of scared, but it was hard to see that in how it went down, right? I'm going to ask you a really hard question. And, I hope this is okay. You knew you screwed up, right? A little bit?
Yeah, I guess, because I knew I was supposed to be home around 8, but I didn't think it was that big of a deal.
Yeah.
I thought I'd understand.
And then when you did get home and it became a bigger deal, is that what is kind of when you get angry? Are you kind of a lot like Lou in some ways, in the sense that your anger also comes from sort of the shock of, oh, darn, this is a bigger deal than I thought. And so I guess there's something behind your anger too, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I was kind of shocked at his reaction because, like, I didn't expect it to be that way at all. So I guess I kind of, like,
How did you expect it?
Well, I don't know. I thought you'd understand. Like, you didn't, like, go out with friends when you were my age?
I did, but you know what? If I ever pulled that with my parents, I wouldn't have done that ever again, knowing that I hurt them.
And that was one of the differences that we talked about one of the other times, right? Is the coming from very, very different. Yeah. And Lou, that's what's hard to get through, is, I mean, your experience is so much your experience. So, but Abra, I just want to make sure I hear it. You also are a little bit like Lou in the sense of that when you get kind of in a corner like that, it's pretty easy to show your anger and not show your, oh darn, maybe I.
Yeah, I definitely yelled back. I will admit that. But I guess it was just because I was like so shocked because I did not expect that reaction at all, and I was very upset.
Yelling, slamming doors, throwing things.
I was throwing things. Oh. I dropped some things by accident in my room. I was like trying. So can I just mention something?
Yeah, let me say one thing, Trish.
Sure.
I really appreciate the honesty, and I don't like to interrupt, but I just want to jump in and say one thing. You know, the fascinating thing to me here is that you two come from entirely different backgrounds, but Lou and you and Aubrey are quite similar in the sense that when you get angry like that, it's more complicated than anger.
Hey, nice to see you again. I think it's been about...
Okay, so you get the point, right? Now we're getting to the place where it's possible to be able to move ahead differently. And so we talked about reframing before we had lunch, right? Sounds like what you do is you say to somebody, here's the meaning behind it, et cetera, you move on. Do you see the back and forth that has to happen? He has to hear that there's something behind her behavior. She has to hear there's something behind his behavior. And it has to be balanced and equal. I'm very active. I'm pushing them, I'm leading them, but I'm bringing out both sides for both of them along the way. So when you go to set up behavior change, it's not as easy as it looks. It's not just teach a skill. You have to make sure you do it at the right time, in the right place, with the right situation, and because once you start, if it doesn't work, it's hard to come back to that again. So that's setting up behavior change, right? And that's getting it set up along the way to move along. And let me move ahead here. So I wanted to show you that one because it is the contingent part of FFT. It's the part of FFT where it's creative and it's artful. You have to hear what's going on, you have to read the room, you have to read what's going on, and don't do things before they're going to work. Now, once we get to the point of having things settled, and it being more possible for it to work, then it becomes a different task. So we're going to switch families here. We're going to go to a different family. This young lady is 15, 16, and she lives with her grandmother. Now, she got adopted. It's very complicated. If you think complicated is complicated, this is tough. She was adopted by her grandmother, and her grandmother also adopted her two younger siblings. In the home is her grandmother, the two younger siblings, and this young lady, and her mother, and her mother's boyfriend. Now, she's been adopted by her grandmother. She calls her grandmother mother, and she calls her mother by her first name. It is a complicated, complicated situation. For some therapists, you think, oh, that's where I'm going. I'm going there. I'm going to get into that. Well, that's okay too. But from our perspective, how does that help them work things out every day? Marta talked about not getting lost in the noise. We would call that, it's not that it isn't important, but it is distracting. And if you go there, do you ever help them learn to work something out? This is a first behavior change session. It's just a little cleaner. They didn't come in with the struggle like that. Now, here's the other thing that Marta said that's really important. I start with one clear skill. I want to help them negotiate and problem solve. And I'm going to show you, by the way, all the mistakes I make, because there's a whole bunch of mistakes that I make. And I'll point them out, because I like to point out the places I screw up. And also to show you that that's not going to end a session and you can recover. So I want to do this negotiating problem solving thing, right? However, along the way, I hear 3 or 4 other things that need to get done also. Now, I don't ever say to them, okay, well, now we're going to switch to conflict management skills. Now we're going to switch to communication. We just do it as part of working something out together. And we try to keep it simple in FFT. We try to talk about it as working it out together, right? And whatever it takes. So the therapist has to hear what gets in the way and what needs to be added.
Hurt, and then it goes round and round for a while, and then although you talk, it's talking that doesn't turn out to be useful. You know, it's talking that doesn't really pull you together. It's talking that pushes you further. There are some real simple little ideas about communication that make that better, but it has to sort of start with accepting the fact that the two of you have gotten to a place where for a while it isn't going to be like it probably should, or like either of you would like it. It isn't going to be like it was. It isn't going to be like you hoped it to be. But if you want to stay out of the cycles, the rules are real simple. You know, the rules are really, really simple, which is they only talk about the thing at issue at the time. You don't talk about anything else. So if you're concerned about suspension, you just talk about that, not about the fact that you weren't, or not about the fact that she didn't. And what you do is you say what you're concerned about, and then you follow it with trying to generate alternatives. What it is you can do to fix it, and then you make sure that you heard her and that you heard her, and then you end it. You keep it just contained to one single thing.
Now, every time with every family, Marta talked about changing frequency, quantity, and intensity. Problem solving doesn't have to be short. I made that up. I made it up because I matched it to them. Why? Because if they talk very long, they get off track and they lose where they're going. I know that about them already. So I just take something that I learn and I bring it into the room. So I made up a new rule, 5 minutes and no longer. I made up a new rule, quick and in and out. Then I make a mistake because I get too excited, but that's always me.
And it keeps it from escalating. Why? There are really two kinds of things you can say to each other. Sometimes I think you want to say things to her, Doris, that don't, all you want to do is to hear you. And other times I think you have changes you want her to make. And so those can get really confusing, and maybe later on we can sort of...
And then I caught myself. Oops. Oh, well, maybe we'll talk about that later. And then I try to get back on track and move to where we're going.
Ways to do that. Can you tell me about the homework thing we gave you?
Here's the other mistake. I did exactly what I told you not to do. The session before I said, here's some homework, go home and do it. Now, therapists love to give homework. How many kids like doing homework? Not so many. Homework is a nice tool, and it's a good logical thing to do, right? It makes good sense. However, if they can't do it in front of you, they're never going to be able to do it at home. So in FFT, we don't do homework. We do that in the generalization phase because we want to ensure that we're able to add what we need to make it match to them along the way. So I'm going to try to get through my mistake here, and you'll see it's exactly what we've all experienced. Did you do it? Do what?
That you were in charge of doing?
Yeah. Today, we're on the way.
Tell me about the homework thing we gave you. That you were in charge of doing?
Yeah. Today, we're on the way to go to her doctor's appointment, and we were discussing it, and, I asked her why she thought that the door, not why she thought, but,
So here's the issue. They live in a house that has like a carport next to it and a little room. She's 15. She has 2 really younger siblings and a mother's boyfriend. She loves to go there to get away, right? But the issue for Grandma is that, is she safe? Well, the other issue is her boyfriend climbs in the window, but that's a different story. So she's trying to figure out how to keep her out of that.
If I could have the door locked, and why can't she just trust me about it? And I haven't done anything not to make her not trust me. And she said, well, you're not being very trustful right now, but how about you have the door locked all the rest of the time, but once Anthony goes to bed, then you can unlock it unless you're there by yourself. And that I'll agree to, but another thing I thought would be, like, for her part, is that I have to be in at a certain time from that room, like on the weekends or weekdays.
You mean that there's a time when you could stay out until in that room?
Mm-hmm.
That's not what you didn't say that, though.
I didn't say that.
You didn't talk about that. You just told me.
Because we stopped talking about it.
No, Doris, let me do this.
No, that's okay.
Okay, no, really, let me do this because...
You see where she was going to go? She was going to go into... You didn't tell me that. Why didn't you tell me that before? Why didn't you say... That's not what you said. Why do you bring this up suddenly? That doesn't get us anywhere. It doesn't help to let them do that. It doesn't make Grandma feel any more heard. It doesn't improve the process. So nicely, I'm going to stop her.
Exactly the thing I talked about a minute ago, which is let's just try to stay right on point, okay?
Okay.
Okay? Because that'll have us, we'll head off somewhere with that one, okay? I'm sorry. It isn't what you said. You've added this since you guys talked.
Yeah, and we stopped talking like that, so we really didn't come up to like if that was okay or not, or like the end of it, because we just stopped talking. I don't know where it went.
So let me see if I got what happened. Is we gave you a task and there was a problem that you had. The problem was the door. Now, in the scope of things, that may seem like a very little problem. I mean, it isn't the biggest problem you have. I mean, we understand that.
Yeah.
We're working on, as we talked about a number of times ago, small strategies that you can then take and apply to the bigger ones. We just think that it helps to start on something easy and get a good new strategy. And you had the responsibility to do that. You brought it up. It sounds like what the two of you did is negotiate. You asked how come. You offered an alternative. You came back with a bit of a variation, and you came to something that, is it acceptable to the two of you?
Well, certainly, to me, if she'll come in at a certain time so that I can lock up the house and be comfortable that all my children are secure, that would be fine. But tell him why, please, we didn't talk about it anymore.
I don't know why. We just stopped talking about it.
Because you said...
No, we were talking about it right before we went up to the gas station to get your tires pumped, and we were in the middle of it, and she had to go out of the car and ask the man to get her tires filled.
Can I just ask whether or not her explaining that's going to keep us on point or get us off point?
Because it's not true, I suppose it's going to get us off point. Or does that keep us on point?
Well, I guess
said she didn't want to talk about it anymore. That was it. This is, I don't see why you don't do this, I don't talk about it anymore. Honey, you do say these things, you don't.
But I didn't.
Okay, do you see where we're going right now?
Yeah, that's
okay.
what, yeah,
and
I understand that.
You have a separate concern, it sounds. You have a separate concern that one of the things that gets in the way, let me check this, but it sounds like that as you talk about things, is that it bothers you that the reporting of it isn't accurate as you see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. See,
I would have talked forever.
We do that, yeah, we do that all the time.
I think that when you negotiate, it's got to be really short.
We carry it on.
It's got to be short. And the reason is because the longer it goes, the more likelihood it is to get off track. And I understand why to go on, because you're getting a chance to talk to her. And I understand why you don't want to go on, because you want to get it done and move on. And I understand that's sort of the two motives here, and that's really hard. But if to be successful at the negotiation, it has to be on point, it has to be short. And what you did, Doris, which is you added alternatives, that's perfect. That's perfect. When you come up to it, let's generate alternatives. And it sounds like you added the alternative, we'll let this work, which is the negotiation around lock it until Anthony goes to bed and then unlock it. Or the other way around, I forget which way you said it.
Yeah, after he goes to bed, he can't get in there.
Yeah. Very nicely done. Acceptable to the two of you?
Mm-hmm. Tis to me.
Okay. What about the time to come in? Because that's your second worry. And if we're going to negotiate, then a nice thing is let's add your concern to it, which is you want to get it locked up to be safe. And is that okay with you to have some time to come back in?
That was my idea.
Oh, okay.
I didn't say anything about that. This is the first time I've heard it.
Oh, okay.
Well, what time do you want to come back in?
Not 5. But what time are you willing to come back in?
No. On the weekdays, I don't think weekends should have a limit because I think I should be able to stay out there, but that's another thing. On the weekend or weekdays, I think I should. My friends have to leave like at 9:30, so I think I should be able to stay out there until like 10:30.
That would be all right with me.
Good. And you did a wonderful job of doing exactly what I just asked you to do, which is you just answered the question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I understand how hard that is to do. Not that it's that hard, but it is. So thanks for doing that. So we have an agreement then. The two of you have an agreement about the door lock that solves the problem, and about a time thing that solves a different feature of it. Right?
So this is what I'm understanding. I have to be in at 10:30 on the weekdays, and I have to have the door unlocked once Anthony goes to bed.
Ask her if that's right.
Right?
That's fine.
Good.
Seems like it worked really well, right? And can you see how it breaks the pattern of things, right? And it takes a lot of interrupting, but this is not their typical pattern of things, right? And they're learning to communicate. Look what I did is I rolled a new skill into negotiation, which is communication. I didn't call it that. There was no worksheet. I just rolled it in along the way as they were talking because that's what I heard that was getting in their way. I'm sitting here thinking, this is going great. How exciting. There's always more to come.
Exactly how you keep it short. You know what you just did, Brianna? You just added the part of this negotiation thing that I forgot to tell you about, which is before you're done, always check and make sure that you're clear about what it is. Good for you.
Okay.
I don't need to tell you about this.
Now, what are we going to do about weekends?
What is
Be real clear about what your question is.
Okay. Well, reason for what I don't want you to stay out there all night on weekends. I don't want you to stay out there all night.
Can I make a suggestion? Can I suggest? How about saying, what time could we negotiate on the weekends?
Okay. What time could we negotiate on the weekends?
I don't want to negotiate time.
I know you don't want to, but she wants to have it at 10. She wants to have it at 10:30 on the weekends, and you don't want it at any time. So why don't you offer some alternatives? Remember, do it just the same way you just did the last one. What made it work, Brianna, is that there were some choices to make, and you kind of went back and forth. Okay?
Yeah.
And just because you offer something doesn't mean it will be the thing you decide on.
Well, is it going off track if I ask her why I couldn't spend the night out there?
I think if you...
I've never had an adolescent ever say to me, would it go off track? I'm a little dumbfounded.
Yeah, I think you can ask, yeah. And then you'll have to check to see if it gets off track and pull yourself back if it does. Cool?
Oh, why can't I stay out there? What's wrong with that?
Staying out there without a heater on is not good for you health-wise because it really gets cold. If you stay out there all night, you're going to have the heater on. Just like last night when I came home, the heater was blasting. We can't afford to pay the electric bill. It's going to end up like the bill in the summertime with the air conditioner. It runs over $200.
And
just can't afford it. We just can't afford it.
Can't afford it, yeah.
So what might you... So there's your answer. And you probably have a different opinion about that, or you probably could right now say some things about that.
Yeah.
But that would get us off point.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to think of something, because I want to be able to stay the night out there. And
Are you talking about stay the night all the time or something?
no, not all the time, just sometimes.
And you know what can I make a suggestion to you? You know, you're really talking about something different then. You're not talking about a time on the weekend. What you're saying is that every once in a while on the weekend, you'd like to be able to stay.
I got something then. When I want to be able to spend the night out there, how about I have to ask you, and you should let me some of the time. But other than that, I should have to come in at 2. Because that's the time you always tell me to come home at. Come home on the weekend. Is 2. And whenever I had somebody over last week, you said they had to leave at 2. So 2, I think, would be reasonable.
Not acceptable.
What?
Not acceptable.
Grandma says, not acceptable. We are suddenly it has been going so well, and we're suddenly at a roadblock, right? So now what do you do as the therapist? You can't stop here. I mean, we have to keep moving them through. So what is the skill here? It's a conflict management opportunity, right? So I'm going to try to see if I can phrase it in a way to Grandma to see if it's really worth it to her, which is part of what you do with conflict, right? Part of the resolution of conflict is to ground yourself a little bit in, do I really want to take a hard stand at this moment with this thing?
Could you just offer different alternatives? And maybe talk about 2 worries you because and how about? I mean, if we're in a negotiation sort of process, the spirit of it is alternative generating. And I hear what you're saying, but the spirit is alternative generating. So if you can hang with us just a little while longer, Doris, I know this is a hard thing to do.
Yes, it's extremely difficult, and I want to get off track so badly.
I know you do, and what I want to say to you is that we know where off track will go. And if we can carve out small chunks, small pieces of on track,
okay,
and get tiny pieces, again, it doesn't solve the gigantic issues. That's not the point here. Okay, we're looking for some chunks of success.
Okay. About special occasions, which we will talk about as each one comes up.
Now, you're challenged right now, Brianna, with the very same thing that Doris was just challenged with, because I know you have a bunch of things you want to say right now.
I don't have a bunch of things I want to say.
You just want to quit this, don't you?
No, I don't want to. No.
You want to say what she just said, which is unacceptable, but maybe in your own way?
Well,
remember when she said it's unacceptable?
I don't want to just keep on arguing about it.
We're not arguing.
No, we're not arguing, but I mean, I don't want to just keep on going back and forth at different times, because I don't think 12 o'clock that's too early. And she thinks 2 o'clock is too late.
Well, give her the chance to, when she said just plain unacceptable, and I suggested to her that by saying that, she just sort of closes it. You could say, I just don't want to keep going back and forth, and that sort of closes the discussion. The alternative is to try between the two of you to come up with a solution that you could try, see how it worked, and renegotiate it. And so this is not a matter of written in stone, so I'd encourage you to keep with it just a little bit longer.
Okay. I think 1 o'clock, and on occasions it should be later.
Almost feels a little like a chess game. And she just said checkmate as she moved the Coke cans. So we're moving along, and look how much it takes. This is why homework, it doesn't work. It does. It works frequently. But this is why homework suddenly doesn't work. Could they have done this ever alone? Never. And look how active you have to be. This is less about teaching a skill, and it is much more about guiding them and coaching them through a process. And you have to be enormously active to be able to make that happen. Because if I wouldn't keep interrupting, they would never have got there. Now, what you're going to find in a minute is if we keep doing this, they never had to learn how to do it on their own. But at this phase of change, this is the thing that keeps them from getting stuck. So let's see where checkmate heads.
That's the time that's in between both of our decisions. I said 2 o'clock, you said 12 o'clock. 1 o'clock is in between.
Sounds good. 12:30 is in between 12 and 1.
And Grandma says, okay. And 12:30 is between 12 and 1. I mean, so they're into it, but they're doing the right thing. They're getting there.
Let's try 12:30, and then when something special comes up, we can talk about it.
Yeah, but there's nothing really special. So that would never happen. That's why I say that.
Let me offer one thing to this, okay?
Sure.
We'll go just a little bit further, and then we're going to change the subject. The thing I'd like to offer is, I think what's most important to the two of you right now is that you can successfully work out a problem. The two of you have been beating your heads against the wall of you don't even talk anymore because it's so frustrating, you don't even try. Right now what you've done is you very successfully solved a number of what I thought would be really difficult things. You're real close to another. The time is probably irrelevant. The success in the negotiation is probably more important. That's just what I'd like to add, because there will be 1,000 of problems like this. 1,000 of them. What's important is you have a way that you can stay on point, come up with something that's not perfect, but something that works, and that you can get in the habit of not avoiding each other, but getting it done in a way that at least it's better than it is. That's my part.
I'm willing to practice this. How about you?
Yeah, but I'm still, I don't know.
Is a half an hour worth it to you, or not worth it to you?
Worth it.
Okay, that important, important enough to stick hard to that.
But for one reason. May I give the reason?
Yes, please.
I didn't give her the 2 o'clock. She's never had a 2 o'clock. She's had on special occasions. Midnight is curfew.
Midnight is curfew for outside, like when I'm gonna go to a party or something, I have to be home by midnight, or sometimes 2 o'clock.
Yes, I give you permission.
But, yeah, but midnight is not at home. Why would it be at home?
I understand your reason. I got you. I mean, it makes really good sense to me. Do you understand my point about the success point?
Yes.
Okay, so I hear you. And I'm not trying to convince you to go one way or the other.
No, it's not that. I wouldn't mind the 2 o'clock if she hadn't said, you give me.
No, I didn't say you gave me.
I have a 2 o'clock curfew.
No, I didn't say you gave
that bothers me because she doesn't. I want her to know she has a 12 o'clock curfew.
I understand.
I know that I have a 12 o'clock curfew. I did not say that.
You know, it is like what goes on between you. There's so much history to it, and there's so much kind of experience that you've had that neither of you can let something go by that the other has said and just let it be.
Oh, I can. She holds on to things.
Yeah, and I think you probably react to Brianna in a different way than her. I don't think in the same way as her.
Not the same way, but yeah.
But remember when you talked about how you can get real stubborn sometimes and you just make your mind up and you're just going to do X, Y, or Z?
Yeah,
so I think that's probably, that's more like your
that
way.
when I walk out of here, if I'm not, I know myself and it sounds really stubborn, but if I don't like I was about to say that there's going to be no decision because she wants this time and I want this time, and she's stuck on that and I'm stuck on mine, and I won't change for mine.
Okay, how about if I
will
say this?
try.
I will give you 1 o'clock. I will give you 1 o'clock as long as the next time you want to go out and I say, honey, you got to be home at 12 o'clock, and you say, no, I don't have to come to 1 o'clock. You gave me 1 o'clock curfew.
No, I never say that though.
Okay, that's not the point. The point, whether, just say what you'd like.
Okay.
Rather than talk about history, because when you talk about the history part, what it does is it pulls up a yes, I did, no, I didn't. And like it just, if you just stated in that would be fine for me if we can do this.
That would be fine for me.
If when you go out and I say 12 o'clock, you say okay.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now I got to check with you, okay? Because I'm learning a few things about you. And I learned when you pick your fingernails like that and you look down that you're beginning to get a little ticked.
I'm not getting ticked.
Oh, okay, good. I'm glad I checked with you because I misunderstood that. Is this a okay thing? It isn't perfect, is it?
It's not perfect, but it's something I can deal with.
Okay, now let's go over this again so that my poor memory.
So now you're going to do what she just did, which is the last part of it, which is clarify. Thank you. Perfect. Go ahead.
Yeah. Tell me what we decided on.
You can't remember from there?
That's not. So I think you get our point, right? It is very, very easy in our work to think about the skills thing of giving a worksheet, giving a skill. You know, it's what we do in parent education classes. And when there's really young kids, that's what you do. You give parents guidelines to follow. When they become adolescents, it becomes a different story. They have a different voice, they have a different investment. And that's one of the biggest things in families about as kids grow up, having everybody be able to change the way they do things as kids get older, right? So parenting skills taught in a curricular way for an adolescent, look what that does. Good idea, not bad, but it's the implementing of them. It's the getting them used within this pattern that Marta and Sasha talked about that's the essential part. That's really much harder. It takes a therapist there to coach them and guide them all the way through the steps along the way. So behavior change is an active therapeutic process, right? It's therapy. It's not skills teaching. And that's the difference in family therapy along the way. So you have a target, you have a strategy that you learned, and you have to match it to them. One of the reasons it's short is because that fits them. A different family, it would not fit. So it's about matching, it's about having a strategy, etc. So behavior change is different. It is a whole different animal and a whole different kind of thing to have to work through. Okay, we're good.
And just like in engagement motivation, it's not one session. It's multiple sessions. So we saw this happen, over a 20-minute span. This would be 5, 6, maybe even 7 sessions where we have helped them be able to utilize those skills between each other with less and less of our involvement, so that more and more the family can navigate it and Tom starts to sit back. That's when we know we may be ready for what's next.
The final phase, generalization. So when we're in gen, like Marta said, we want to be able to step back. We want to see the family can do this on their own. They can solve the problems that come up. They can navigate some of those struggles that they may face, and also that they can identify where to go for help, who to go to when they need help. In generalization, we begin to do some of the assessment or some of the assessing, right? We want to think about, are there any other system requirements depending on why they're in FFT, right? Are there system requirements that they need to think about to be able to manage and to navigate on their own? We want them to think about what might come up for them relationally between them that they're worried about, right? We also want the family to start thinking about who are their natural supports, right? Especially in this context, we know that we have that extended family that is such a vital part of that support system for families and for youth. So we want to start thinking about those things. So in generalization, our goal is to ensure that they're able to generalize the skills, not only to them, to the family, but to outside people and outside services and outside resources. We want them to be able to maintain these changes, right? I always tell clinicians that generalization is all about sustainability. The work you do in Gen is gonna help them not come back through the doors again. So we want to help them think about relapse prevention, plan for it, but not only plan for it, we know relapse will happen. And in fact, we typically hope that relapse happens when we're still with them so that we can help them get through it. And they can think about, if this happens again, how do we navigate those moments in a different way? So we want to remember the same thing I said when we were moving into from engagement motivation to behavior change. The same thing happens from behavior change to Gen, where you're taking everything that you did in behavior change and you're utilizing it in generalization. Everything you also did in engagement motivation will be part of generalization. You're talking about those, you're gonna bring in those same reframes to help them think about where could relapse be? What could relapse look like? And what we're hoping for is that the families feel like they can do it on their own. If you get to the end of if you get to Gen and the family's like, no, Marta, please don't leave. You know you're not ready, right? We want to build their confidence in themselves so that they can navigate these spaces on their own. And as I said before, we want them to be able to think about how to prioritize kind of what they need and where to go when they need those things. And then also just how to use the skills that they have gained and started working within the family and how to use those with other family members.
So in the first two phases, we are focused on within the family, motivating, helping them navigate, helping them build skills. And so in generalization, there's a shift that happens where we start in the family. We move in generalization then to more of from an inside to more of an outside approach, where we're more focused on, okay, how do they use these skills in their larger context, in school, with peers? How do they use these skills within their community? So now we've moved the treatment to specifically help them, okay, how are you gonna navigate that situation that's coming up in school? How are you going to navigate? One of your biggest struggles is the after-school hours. How are you as a family going to navigate that? So more and more we build what's happening outside. So it's a shift for the therapist, right? Interfacing just with the family, building those skills to helping them navigate their external context. It also requires a shift in assessment and intervention. Now we're focused on how have we prepared them to navigate externally, and how have we prepared them to be able to manage without us? Are they able to overcome the struggles that come up for them? Are they able to navigate the relapses? Are they prepared to be able to sustain as they move into the future? So let's look at an example. We know that change is not a straight path, that there will always be things that are complicated and difficult. And so in generalization, we expect families to struggle. We want them to struggle in generalization because we want to have the opportunity to help them see what we did in behavior change? Although I wouldn't use that language. See what we did when we worked through that struggle between you and your mom? Well, how can you apply that to what you're doing as you navigate school? Or you're struggling, right? We've had a relapse. I came home late, right? That whole Tom spent 45 minutes getting them to agree to a 1 o'clock time. 1 o'clock comes and she won't come in. Right? Now in generalization, what we're helping them do is have the confidence to be able to navigate when they struggle, when things come up, and to be willing and able to try it again. To remember that they have the skills and the confidence to navigate what has happened. So, mom might get angry when there has been a relapse, right? we may get that experience where they go back to their pattern of yelling back between each other. This is where the therapist will step in with the perspective of, okay, I need to help them recognize this as a struggle in time and remind them about the progress that they made and the ways in which they're able to navigate through this. So I'll remind them, remember how you did it. Remember how you had that conversation and you were able to navigate. Let's try that here. So in generalization, we're active in helping them in the session work through the things that they're struggling with, prepare for the future. And so we would have them come up with a new plan, navigate how are you gonna handle it if it gets off track. So they learn to overcome relapses, to generalize those skills, and every time they stumble and they fall, they build more confidence and more trust in each other when they're able to get back up and keep doing it. That struggle, that failure, promotes the self-sufficiency that, you know what, when it happens, when Sasha's no longer around, I'm going to be able to still do this. We as a family are going to be able to still do this.
So 3 phases that build on each other. From my perspective, it's a little like building a set of blocks. There's a foundation upon which you put a next layer, upon which you put a next layer. Now, there's a couple things. We want to show you an example of generalization. So, but, you know, being the good therapist I am, I've kind of noticed, even though it's a little early, I've noticed that it's a little bit like break time, right? Because you can always tell when people start to move along. So, with Jennifer's permission, we are going to take our break now, which means we'll move along afterwards, and we'll come back and we'll go back to Lou and Trish and look at how you finish this off as well. So, Jennifer, we're talking 15? So maybe at 15 till, we'll be back.
Cubriendo aproximadamente 45 minutos de adiestramiento adicional y luego vamos a tener un segmento de intercambio no estructurado, es decir, preguntas, respuestas, ideas que ustedes tengan. Cómo va a funcionar es que los colegas de traducción van a continuar traduciendo al equipo de FFT y Cristina y yo vamos a hacer la traducción simultánea de español al inglés. Así que nada, los invito a que tomen asiento, se acomoden, 45 minutos más de training y luego vamos a tener una sesión que espero que sea rica de preguntas, respuestas, comentarios. He tenido la oportunidad de conversar con muchos de ustedes y queremos escuchar qué están pensando, sus ideas, así que nos acomodamos. Necesito, la luz está intensa, de los ujieres que me hagan una señal de si ya podemos dar comienzo. ¿Queda gente afuera? ¿O podemos ya comenzar? Súper, gracias.
Great. So I think we left off with talking about, you've been on this journey with us through the map. Hopefully everyone got their coffee, caffeine in. So we left off in that journey. We're now in generalization, the third and final phase of FFT. And so what are we going to see, Tom?
So let's go back to the family that we showed you just a little bit of. And let's show, and again, this is really hard when we bounce around between families, but we also like to show you a diversity of families and a diversity of situations. We also, as you can tell, like to show you videotapes. And the reason we like to show them is because we could tell you things all day long, but we also want to show you things. So I hope it's not overwhelming in the sense, and I hope it continues to be useful. So we only have one section to go. But what we want to do is end this. So remember, Lou and these two twins and Trish have now been through FFT. They learn to negotiate. They've learned to do all the things we've talked about. And we're going to end FFT. We're going to close it down. And Marta talked very eloquently about the things that need to happen. If we walk away, and here's the hard part sometimes with families. The hard part is this. They feel done and they feel happy. I felt done and happy when I started biking, but I didn't keep it up. And so the whole point is, even though they feel done and they feel happy, we, the therapist, knows there's a stage to go. So in this stage, there's quite a bit of motivation to do to get them moving along. So let's go back to Lou and Trish. I appreciate your ability to just pick up with a session as we move along, and let's see kind of where this goes.
I think for us, it's a little hard too, because sometimes, because they are so close and they have each other and they do confide in each other, sometimes we feel like we're on the outside looking in, and we want to be in there and helping because
But we
it's
don't
two
want to
kids.
push in.
Yeah.
We don't want to push ourselves in. And with Aubrey, Aub is very easy.
Wow.
Well, getting
communication.
communication-wise, whether it's, it's...
It might get shouted at us,
right,
but we get it.
But we get it.
Yeah.
But when we come to Raylan, and I know I've said this before, we get to a point where she doesn't want to talk, or doesn't answer the questions, or doesn't answer questions correctly. Not correctly, but honestly.
Well, that's interesting. Aubrey said in the way that we want her to.
Well, no, it's just like we want her to do her homework, and when she tells us she's done her homework and we find out she hasn't done her homework, then we don't get it. Well, and we can't push, because then she backs away. And then it's like, at what point do you she said that she wants us to approach her again. But when?
So, Aubrey, can I ask what you said? Because you said an interesting thing, in the way that they want to hear it.
Yeah, that was interesting.
What do you mean by that?
Is that because of you, or is that?
Well, no. I just I don't know, because when you ask someone a question and you're looking for that specific answer that you have, you already think it in your head, you just want to hear them say it. I feel like maybe that's because Raylan's not always dishonest, and she doesn't, but I feel like maybe she's not telling you exactly what you need to hear because you're a very concrete person. And when she said that, she wasn't exactly she didn't say it exactly how you needed to hear it, but it's not easy, because everybody has different ways of communication. So I feel like maybe you're just on different wavelengths for that. Not wavelengths, but for lack of a better word. So I feel like maybe you just communicate differently, so it kind of gets lost somewhere in there. No. Maybe.
I think she's correct. Actually, it's funny for the two that butt heads so much. I think she's correct in the fact that when we ask her a question, we expect an answer I want,
because we already know the answer. We already know she hasn't done her homework.
We expect to hear, yeah.
So we want to hear, and she...
Or we want to hear, I didn't do it because.
And this is why Aubrey is so accurate, is because you know what? You're looking for the answer of why didn't you do your homework, and there isn't one.
Yeah.
Right? There is no reason out there. And Raylan, I'm not speaking for you right now, and we have our deal from the very beginning, right? But the deal is, you'll stop me, but my guess is there's no exact reason, and when you push for a reason, that feels a little like a corner. Maybe instead, in this theme of trying to get to know each other better, maybe instead of finding a reason, you're just trying to open a door. Maybe the idea is just open a door instead of getting a reason. Because one is quite concrete, the other is an open invitation to start to talk, which allows you to get more comfortable, which allows you to talk more, which lets you be more comfortable. And my guess is you open a door for Aubrey, and Aubrey will fill the space. My guess is we open a door, Raylan, with you, and it's going to take stepping into the room, going a little further, helping along the way. Maybe?
Yeah.
So maybe there isn't an answer. Maybe instead there is just get the conversation going as long as you can, keep conversation going as long as you can, and maybe you find out the answer together. You're looking for something that probably isn't there. I know that with Lou, that's a terribly weird thing to say. There's no answer to why you do your homework, right? Shouldn't there be an answer?
I would think.
But I don't know that there is. Am I right, Rayla?
Yeah.
Feel weird when you get into these conversations, it feels like you have to answer it?
Uh-huh.
And the food one's even harder, huh? The food one's even harder to answer why.
Yeah. Well, at home, like, we didn't have a lot of food, and sometimes I'd, like, kind of take food just in case. Like, there were some days when we couldn't have any. So I'm kind of scared it's going to happen here, and it's a kind of a routine thing that I'm used to. So I kind of do that just in case. It's kind of like a comfort thing, maybe.
Yeah, very smart. Very smart. Yeah, because if nothing else, you know that there's going to be food, but something about having it makes you feel more secure.
Mm-hmm. It kind of like makes me feel like I'm at home again.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird.
In a weird way, right? In a very smart way. Yeah. Trish and Lou, that's what I mean. That's the answer. But what a weird answer, right? Because it's
I'm blown away.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know that was, I mean, are you saving maybe food to take home to your mom when you?
It's just so that you know that you have something.
Yeah, it's like kind of like it's like a set in stone thing. Cause like at home, comfort, like routine type thing, like a habit. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like a habit, and because like I want to know that there's gonna be something there for me, just in case it doesn't like. Yeah,
I found it interesting too that, you know, you said like, you know, there's always going to be food here. We've always had food here, but doing that same activity that you had to do at home actually brings you comfort. So, you know, you don't have to do it here, but it brings you comfort to be doing something that you were doing, even if it was a negative thing. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Wow.
I
Lou, amazing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Is it that would be a reason?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not even that she really wants the food or that she feels threatened that she's not going to have it here. It's just the action is bringing her comfort. It sounds like to me. I mean, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but
you're right.
I'm right. Okay, so that's helpful. That's good to know because we get so upset and we're like, we have food here. What are you doing? Like, why are you doing this? We're always going to have food here. Like, I go grocery shopping weekly. Like, why do you do this? But then hearing that it's something she did before and just kind of even though it was like a negative thing, like it's something that's bringing her familiarity. And that makes it easier to understand. I can grasp that, you know, because before we
just couldn't get it.
Yeah, we have food here. Our cupboards are constantly full.
Yeah, it's like.
So what does the last 20 minutes tell the four of you? Look what you've done in the last 20 minutes. In the last 20 minutes, you got the answer to some of your questions.
Right.
Difficult answers. Raylan, you, by the way, young lady, congratulations for stepping up and doing the very thing no one thought you did, which is to share what goes on with you and give thoughtful answers about it the best you know. Amazing. Open a door a little bit and look what happens when you don't come looking for an answer in the way that you might be looking. Or looking, you know, it's that old metaphor, I lost my keys and so I want to look where the light is, right? Not where I lost my keys. And lo and behold, you all are looking for an answer where you think it is. And you've got your psychologist there on the end of the couch with Abra, who's kind of shine a light on that with you and let you know that maybe what this is, it's something different. You open that door just a little bit and Raylan can do it.
Yeah, that's not an answer that I ever expected. So
No, and again, I'm blown away. I didn't know you could find comfort in taking food.
I think it goes back to the unique thing that Aubrey, you and Raylan have, which is you're settling into this really nice home with very nice people, you're meeting friends, etc. And all of it feels like you're probably being disloyal to your mom and your former life. What a tough place to be caught almost every single day between those two things. How hard that is. So I think what I noticed in the last 20 minutes is that you four can solve problems. Not unlike the way you did it with Abra, same thing. But what got added today in my thought is that you have to come in and ask questions without expecting the way the answer will turn out. You have to go slow. You have to be willing to hear things that make no sense to you, but they're the truth. And sometimes there isn't an answer, and you just have to find out. It's more important just to show your interest and get the other person to answer as much as they can rather than coming up with a concrete, real answer.
Yeah.
Right.
So my guess is that what you did with Aubrey, you can do here too. You can sit together some. We've learned a couple things, which is, you know what, Raylan, I think you need to have the option of saying not today or not now. And if you do say that, you know, then my guess is it falls on you to come back to them and say, okay, now again, now's a good time, right? That's kind of, you know, my son who's 26, I remember when he was about 15 or 16 year age, and he told me, you know, Dad, being an adult really sucks because you have all this responsibility. You also have to do things suddenly. And so your to-do, Raylan, is to do a little what your sister does, which is to step up and say, okay, I can do it now, but I can't do it now. So maybe if you can agree with that, they can agree to open the door and just find whatever they find in there.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
Yeah.
So maybe nothing big and new here. Maybe instead of big and new, what you've got is the same thing to do, but just with a different person, which means lots more listening, lots more discovering, and you're going to find out things that you probably were very surprised at.
Yeah, see, it's great when we're here with you because we find, you know, that was so huge. Like if she had just said that before, but we're constantly pulling teeth. And I never thought I would say, gosh, just shout at me, even if you have to swear like your sister, just shout at me. Like I never thought that I would be like, you know, she's too quiet. She's too much of a rule follower, but not really, just to her face. But I mean, no, she's still very much, you know, a very good kid, but it's like
she's
pulling
a great
teeth.
kid. She's a great kid, and you know, right off the bat, she, you know, it took a little bit, but I mean, you know, Trish and Raylan got a, you know, they started to bond, but at the same time, that's when we started seeing her start pulling away too.
Almost be more of a pleaser, but by trying to please us or trying, I guess, to give us the answers we wanted, she was actually having like, you know, some other issues that we weren't seeing. But like when we're here with you, it's great that she feels comfortable saying, well, this is what I need, or this is what I want. So I think for us, what we need to do is get to that point so that when we're not sitting here with you, we could get Raylan to say this stuff. So it's like little steps that we need to learn. Like it was very helpful for her even to say, I want my space, but I don't want you to completely leave. Like I want my space, but don't forget about me. So, which is kind of the same thing I think she's feeling with the whole system is like, well, I want to be good, but don't forget, I'm still here. If I don't make waves, you might forget I'm still here. So, and I think that's very much something, you know, that we're dealing with Raylan. She wants to be good, but don't forget about her kind of thing.
And you know, Trish, can I say something? They both yell out.
Yeah.
They yell out differently. One's with voice and one's with quietness. It's really the very same thing.
The quietness is scary. I mean, they're both scary, but the quietness is really scary. And not in a bad way. I'm just saying
for us.
For us.
Yeah. We'd almost rather you shout at us sometimes. Nicely, you know. But
so young ladies, you know what you've got is an interesting thing. Everybody thought you would be coming to Trish and Lou's house in order to take advantage of all they could teach you. And you know what's turning out in the end? Look at what you two are teaching them. It's kind of amazing how it's going back and forth.
Yeah.
Good job. Good job.
And it's hard because when you get teenagers, you get these very independent, you know, headstrong people who don't want to be kids, but then they do want to be kids. You know, it's this tug and pull. They want to be adults at one point, but then they still want to know that they're not in charge of their whole life. They still want, you know, a parental figure to be, I mean, at least that's how I feel, because sometimes, we get this whole, I don't need your help. And other times we get, oh gosh, don't leave me alone. Don't leave me alone with this. So kind of like what Raylan was saying, like, well, I want to be an adult and have you leave me alone. But wait a minute, I still kind of need you. So that's what we need to know. We need to know when they need a parent and when they need to be going through some growing pains and trying to work things out on their own. And that's just such a weird limbo with teenagers, is knowing what they need. Like, do they need to be an adult right now, or do they need to be that kid that's not ready to be an adult? So.
And she brings up a good point, because it's funny to see them too, because when they have conversations, sometimes it's very much like listening to two adults talking, and then sometimes you hear their conversations and it's like two little kids, and I think them, the way they get along with the animals too is really nice.
Sounds like it's cool.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Trish and Lou, they are telling you. You just have to learn to tune your ear to hear it. And that's a really big, gigantically huge challenge. It's really hard. And you have two young ladies that are telling you the same thing, but you have to hear it differently in both. And that's really.
And it's hard to know when we're prying, because since Raylan is such a hard one to communicate with, it's hard to know when we're prying and nagging.
Well, you see how.
You see how like prying and.
So Trish, I have a really simple solution to this one. Ask her. Will you tell me when you're crying? When I'm crying? Go ahead.
Will you tell me when you're what? When I'm crying? Oh, will you tell me when I'm?
Will you tell me when you feel like I'm crying?
Will you tell me when you feel like I'm crying and pushing too much?
Yeah, I mean, I would have like before, but I feel like I'd hurt your feelings.
Oh gosh, you wouldn't hurt my feelings, Raylan. I mean, I know I'm very sensitive, and but yeah, you can tell me that stuff, because it's helpful for me. It hurts my feelings when I don't know. Am I doing the right thing? Am I being supportive? Am I being a nag? Am I, are you feeling like you're being bulldozed by me? Like, it kind of hurts when I don't know which direction to go in. So if you just say, hey, you know what? You're crying a little too much, back off. I'm like, okay, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm doing what she wants me to do. And that makes me feel good. So I want to be able to do what you want me to do, within reason. So
you've got some things to try. So
yeah.
I think that would be the next thing. Now, let me add one more difficult thing to the table, because I think it's the next thing for the four of you to work out. Now, I know there are rules about seeing your mom, and I know the social worker is managing those rules. Maybe it would be useful for you to use these little skills, sitting down.
We get that impression, but I don't think she's ever really vocalized that too much.
But then I think we fear that she doesn't want to, because we're.
So we can go on and on and on, but you get the point, right? The point is we get out of skill building and we get into generalizing. We get into bigger things. We take on bigger problems and bigger issues that we can switch now. We get into like future things. What are you going to do with your mom? What are you going to do with this? What are you going to do with that? A little tweaking along the way of things, but at the end of the day, what it really is preparing them to take. I didn't do anything new. I mean, it pointed out a couple things, but it is like, well, you can do it. You know how to do this. You can focus on this. And so it's pushing them into the next set of things without doing the same thing we did before. It's not like behavior change. It's pushing them into future things to start to think about what they'll do and how they'll do that.
And it was nice to hear that mom talk about, oh yeah, we need to be able to do this more and more without you in the room, right? An indication that they're trying to figure out how to take it and apply it themselves. So Tom, we've talked about the lens, the glasses. We've talked about the map. Well, there's one final important component. And I think for me, this is what keeps me excited with every family in every session. And that's the idea of creativity. Creativity and being purposeful in a structure. But each of us come with our own view of the world, skills, the things we bring to a therapy session. And so I've learned a lot from Tom, but I'm not Tom. And I will never present as Tom in a session. And so what I have learned is that I have to use my own creativity, my own voice, understanding the lens, following the map, but having my own creativity to make it fit for me and that family in that room. And
Marta's done a really good job of helping me. She continuously reminds me that she's not an old white man like me.
you know, I didn't even say it this time.
No,
Usually
no,
I
no.
do.
And you didn't even say it this time, but it's an important point. And it's an important point for someone like me to remember. And it's an important point for Marta and everyone else to remember. Because here's what I want in training you. What I want is you have your own voice from your own perspective. And it doesn't mean you don't do FFT, but you don't do it like me. And that's been the back and forth that's been really wonderful between us. And we call it creativity. We call it finding a voice, finding your way, and finding your own grounding in doing the same thing that I might do.
And what's important in that is that it's what fits my voice, but more importantly, it's what matches to the family. That I have to use that creativity, sit in that room with the family, use my voice, have the glasses, have the map, but match what I say and how I say it and when I say it to how they're going to be able to receive it, to how it really fits for them. And that's the part that is artful, right? I'm not a scientist. I'm a clinical social worker. I understand science. I understand research. It's all very important. But I'm a therapist. And being able to know that I can use my creativity and apply it in a way that's going to be artful and work for that family.
This is tough to train people. How do you train someone to be an artist? You train them the structure. I mean, I was a former musician. How do you train someone to be an improvisational musician? You don't. You give them a structure and you have them work within it in the way they feel it, the way they say it, and in the voice that they have. So this part about style is really, really important.
And it really, there's no one path. So Tom and I could be working with the same family in the same session, and we would have a different way to apply the lens and the map to get to the outcome that we're looking for. And so it may be windy, it often is windy, but we're gonna head in the same direction and get to the same point.
When we train people, we train them not to do this. We train them to stay on their side of the road. Stay in the lane. Don't cross over the lane. But as long as you're in the lane, you're good if you're following the goals and doing it authentically and genuinely in your way.
And that's what allows us also to match the intervention very specifically to the family. Some families, we spend more time in the initial phase of treatment. It takes longer to shift those problem definitions, to motivate families to see things relationally, be on the same page. Whereas other families, that part may go a little faster. But then it's the skill development that takes longer. And even other families where we have to spend more time in generalization preparing them for the success in the future.
Matching is the hardest part of this because there's no book, there's no manual, there's no way that says it. You have to feel it, you have to be there, you have to take time to understand before you jump, but you have to be able to make sure that you match their presentation, you match their structure. For example, the family structure that I showed you that we think we're learning about in Puerto Rico is different than it is in other places. So we have to include different people. We have to make sure that everybody and different people have a voice. We cannot come in and say, if you're not in the nuclear family, you don't have a part in this. You know, there are other family therapies that would say put boundaries between the nuclear family and the extended family. That is extraordinarily artificial and not particularly culturally sensitive. So for us, matching is about presentation. You've seen that in the videos. I can be soft, I can be loud, I can push, I can sit back. And we all can do that based upon what happens. When it fits existing structures, forget the artificial, where's the boundary? Look at what's there and how the work's done, and then fit it to the style of the family. You can make it complicated, you can make it simple, you can make it along the way. And here's the thing we want to say to you. One of the next steps in the contextualization process is this. We're going to ask some of you to tell us about what you heard today. And we're going to ask some of you to tell us what fits and what doesn't. Now, we're still going to do engagement, motivation, behavior change, and generalization. But the way we say it, the pacing we do it in, those are the things we're going to need your help, because that's phase 2 of learning how to contextualize.
So Tom, we've spent almost all day talking about the model and what it takes, and I don't think people think this is easy. So what are some of the tools that we have that allow us to implement in a way to help therapists get to this place?
So there's a book coming out in September on FFT that Marta and Astrid and I did, and one of the chapters is leveraging technology. And one of the interesting things is technology is not just a thing you give information to, it's a thing that can guide you. For us, it fits into this notion of practicing with evidence. Practicing with evidence in every single session, not in an evaluation, not at the end of the day, but in every single thing. Because here's the challenge. These are great studies, but the truth is, at the end of the day, once we put it into a real community, about half of the potential positive effect is going to go away. It's not going to go away, it's going to go away because matching it and fitting it and using it outside a research study is really hard. So the question then is this. How can we get that 50% back? And we think leveraging technology, we think using data is a way to capture some of those things back.
And so we know that the model can have the impact that we want it to have when it's implemented and applied with fidelity. But we also know that it takes more than a model to get there. It takes some other really important components. It takes systematic implementation, which our colleagues at Grupo Nexos are excellent in and true partners here. It takes continuous quality improvement, an ability and a willingness to look at data and use it to reflect and improve practice continually. It takes ongoing training and clinical development. And it takes integrating family voice, using family voice session by session to help guide treatment and ensure that we're moving treatment in a way that we know is impacting that unique family.
So what we want to spend the last few minutes talking to you about is something a little technical, but we think this is what provides the structure that lets people be creative. You know what? We focus on implementation a lot. And we focus not just on implementation with a team we're working with, but we really focus on helping clinicians implement it to fit the family. And it takes a lot of help. It takes a lot of information, and it takes a lot of things to kind of help keep them focused. We've decided to be data-driven. We've decided to be evidence-driven in everything that we do because, as Marta said, it takes much more than a model. We ask clinicians to plan for every phase. We ask clinicians to take 2 minutes of their time before they begin and plan a session. Now, again, I was taught when I in my training, never plan anything, because if you do, you take away what they want to bring to the table. No, they'll bring what they need to bring to the table. The question is, what do you do with it? And what you want to do with it depends on the plan and the map that you're following. And it takes measures, but it takes more than measures. It takes a technology that allows you to use those measures along the way. So for us, when it comes to an evidence-based model with evidence in every session, there has to be planning and there has to be clinical measures in the way. And those measures let you tailor the treatment to the client by integrating what we call patient-centered evidence into every session along the way. So here's the idea. The idea is if you can bring that information along the way, what you're going to do is you're going to shine a light on things that you didn't even know about. One thing we do is training. Our Grupo Nexos folks, we've learned that, if you want to learn knowledge, a workshop's not the best way. If you want to learn how to put it into practice, we need to do supervision training with you. So the whole notion here is we have a learning management system. Guess what? It's now all in Spanish. It's all contextualized to you. It's changed, it's been monitored, and in that, you'll learn the knowledge component along the way. We've also built in this. Now, this is the other of many, many, many bad jokes that I have, but I love my Apple Watch. I'm the person that if that red ring is not complete, I'll go walk around the block to get it. I'm a little competitive too, but that's a whole nother thing. So you know what the Apple Watch does? And I see a whole bunch of them out here. It changes your behavior. So we've adopted the same very simple thing along the way. Here's what we do. See the colors? You don't even need to know what they mean. Green is good, yellow is worry, and red is stop in your tracks and figure out what's going wrong. So this is family voice. One circle for us is what does the family think the progress they're making is today in this session? Do they think they have an alliance with the person they're working with? And do they have a sense of, are we having the impact that we would like to have and we would believe to have? When you have the right knowledge that Matt's going to talk to you about in a minute, when you can get that at your fingertips and you don't have to go look for it, put it on an Excel spreadsheet, or try to figure it out. If it's right in front of you when you're planning, you'll use it. If it's not, it's too hard because we're busy, busy folks.
And the point with this is that these circles don't come from some extra step that you need to do, not some coding that you need to do or scoring that you need to do. It comes from your day-to-day work, your appointments that you're completing with the family, the sessions you're doing. These are what drive these kind of day-to-day responses and feedback for you. It's keeping that day-to-day work, but giving you extra tools that are right there and available for you to utilize.
We're putting those into a thing we call therapist fidelity and program fidelity. So for every therapist we train, we monitor their fidelity. We look at their impact. We present back information to them, not to evaluate them, but to use it to continuously improve. Because isn't that the objective and isn't that the goal, to continuously improve? And so when we work with a team, we give a dashboard of where you stand according to the data that you have, not to evaluate, but to help kind of improve things.
And so with Care 4, again, your teams are doing the day-to-day work, getting our circles. Administrators, you're getting the fidelity, year-end reporting that we need right out of this. We're not doing Excel calculations or Excel spreadsheets to track our information, spending hours, days to get our end-year results. It's right there at any time for you to see where we're at. Now again, Care 4 is the tool that FFT utilizes, but it's also a tool that we utilize across many other programs, such as violence prevention programs in New York City, case management programs in Los Angeles, but most importantly, also some of the Grupo Nexos programs that we saw earlier today, parenting fundamentals, BSFT, motivational interviewing. And so Care 4 is also utilized in these programs as well. And as we've discussed with with FFT, not only does a model need to be contextualized, technology needs to be contextualized as well. Technology can have all the pretty circles, the pretty charts. If it does not help your staff do the day-to-day work, that it's easy to do, it's a hindrance and an extra challenge for what we're doing on a day-to-day basis. And so we have contextualized all 1,128 fields for parenting fundamentals, BSFT, and those. Those are different for each of those programs. We want to see the things that our staff, our programs are used to, not terminology that doesn't fit our work. So again, with this means that again, each of our different fields are there. When we complete one of our sessions in parenting fundamentals, the necessary pre-tests are right there for us. By completing them, the scoring gets automatically completed for us here. No needing to do the scoring for what is the high risk, the low risk, and those. The pre, the post tests, those get calculated by having the work be completed for us. Now again, technology, internet, All of those pieces. If that falls, so does the technology. So again, a part of the contextualization of Care for both FFT, parenting fundamentals, motivational interviewing, and again, the other programs, is to be able to ensure that no matter what, that still works and goes through. And so again, as we go through here, it tries to help guide your work, although it might be a little hard to see on the screen here. These get auto-filled for you. Date of birth, names of clients here. When your staff are going through, and especially as my time as a social worker, putting staff forms in and everything, having to write this client's date of birth 100 times as I'm going through the time is a waste. It is a waste of your time, and it takes you out of the work that you're doing and the mindlessness there. If you put in the date of birth, fill it in. We know that date of birth right off the bat. But again, this is also important no matter what happens with this. So one of our big moves here, or one of our major parts of this contextualization, was also ensuring that offline data collection was a major piece of this. It still fills in the information for you, date of birth, names, filling in, but allowing you to complete these offline and upload them right in. When you upload them, you're able to see that information automatically get filled in. So from a clinician's perspective or a staff member's perspective, we're able to see right away to get those circles. We don't need to do it on paper, enter that same information in again. It takes us and allows us to spend our time working with the people, not doing mindless paperwork that doesn't guide our work. For administrators, they upload it in. You get your year-end reporting. You get your reports done. You don't need to spend and waste that time doing that kind of paperwork. You set it up, it's there for you to be able to utilize.
The other thing is, our work is in the field. You don't have your computer. And if you don't have your computer, what happens is on Friday afternoon when you're too tired, you come back and you go, I have to do my paperwork. We have a mobile application. The mobile application is in Spanish. You can use it from your cell phone, and it works just like the Care for system on a desktop. Now, Care for is HIPAA compliant, meets all the regulations that it needs to be. It's entirely private. It's in secure connections all the way along the way, and with offline data collection, it allows for one of your huge challenges, which is when you don't have power. You don't get stopped along the way, and you don't get stuck in the middle. What we've done is that Matt has been working with the Grupo Nexos team to contextualize Care for to all the programs. Grupo Nexos is going to use Care for not for just for FFT, but for every program that they use. So many of you that are in different programs will be touched by Care for. And Care for, just like FFT, is always going to be evolving and always going to be moving forward. So we have a lot of other things that we could tell you about. We have a comprehensive training program. We work with teams. We certify individual therapists. We certify teams. We continue to work with folks with continuous quality improvement all the way along the way. At some point, if you're interested, let us know. We can share with you all the details of the training program. It's comprehensive. In fact, I had someone from San Francisco the other day say to me, this is like a graduate class, and it is. It's probably 6 hours of graduate training in family therapy, and then it's applied. We train people on our learning management system. We also come to places and watch live sessions. For those of you in family therapy, it was designed based upon this notion of behind the one-way mirror. We just do that with technology. Everybody doesn't have a one-way mirror, so we have cameras. But what better way to learn than to have someone that's an expert watch your work and help you, not later, not 6 months later, not 3 months later, but in the moment. If I can tell Ida, guess what, say this instead of this, and she can go back in the room and do it, she's learned. And that's immediate learning, and that's part of how we do this over time along the way. We have spent an enormous amount of time with you today. You have been wonderful to us. We have overwhelmed you with information. We've given you lots of different examples along the way. You know, what we wanted to do today was to introduce you to how an intervention could fit a diverse culture. We wanted to introduce you to the values that we bring to the work, and we wanted to show you that we are very systematic. We are very evidence-based, but I think in a modern way, and I think in a way that fits the current world. And so that's what we tried to do today. Take away what's useful. If there's something that helps you with your current work, do it. I spoke with someone who's a life coach. You know what? There she is. There's an enormous overlap between it. There are techniques that she will take away for life coaching and that we can learn from them. This is a partnership. We've got a model, we've got a direction. We don't know all the answers. We come to you in the same way we come to families. We think there are multiple experts in the room. There are families, there are kids, there are you as service providers, there are us as model developers. And so, I hope that we've given you a sense of that today. I hope that we've been able to communicate some of that. And I can tell you, if you walk away with more questions than answers, that's a good thing. Because that means we made you think and we challenged you to think. I know we're going to go a little bit further. We're going to do questions and answers and everything. But for the team, I just want to say thank you very much for on a Saturday to take your time and be patient with us to listen along the way. Thanks.
Bueno, espero que esto haya sido el comienzo de una colaboración fructífera con estos desarrolladores. Un poquito de housekeeping. Ahora es el momento de completar esa postprueba antes de que vayamos a las preguntas y respuestas, porque queremos estar seguros que ustedes invirtieron toda esta tarde aquí, que reciban sus créditos de educación continua. Tengo a los ujieres flotando por el piso. Cualquier persona que requiera asistencia técnica, levante su mano y los ujieres de Nexos van a acercarse a apoyarle. Vamos a completar esa postprueba. Nuevamente, les recuerdo que usted no debe pagar por el estacionamiento. Los invito a que pasen más adelante por la mesa de registro para darle su tiquecito de parking. Y les voy a dar un poquito más de información sobre los créditos. Let's go forward and then we'll come back. Go forward. This is what I'm looking for. Okay. Aquellos de ustedes que son trabajadores, todo el mundo lo va a recibir por correo electrónico. Los que son trabajadores sociales, ¿verdad? No tienen que hacer el paso extra. Les quiero recordar que los que somos psicólogos tenemos que hacer un paso extra, ¿verdad? Los ujieres tienen el código, pero de igual manera en la presentación está ese hipervínculo. Así que, can we go back to the Q&A slide? Entonces, vamos a abrir el piso. Can I have that mic? Vamos a abrir el piso. Le voy a pedir a los ujieres que me ayuden. Cristi está por aquí, ¿verdad? Y queremos escuchar sus preguntas, sus comentarios. Preguntas, comentarios. Levanten su mano, nos dejan saber. Y Cristina se aproxima a ustedes con el micrófono. Acá, Cristi.
¿Quién traduce? ¿Quién traduce?
Yo. Ok, pues tú lo lees y ella lo dice.
Dentro de los retos que ustedes han enfrentado a la hora de aplicar esta terapia en el hogar, cuando alguna familia, después de que acepta la terapia y ustedes van y visitan, no les han permitido la entrada y cómo ustedes han enfrentado esa situación?
The translation takes just a second, so I get the full question. About 70% of the families I've worked with at some point have said, stop coming. That may be an over-exaggeration, but when you're coming into a family's home, that there's an intimacy there that you have to manage. And so part of what we believe in FFT is that it's the therapist's job to motivate and maintain motivation. And it's not always a straight path. So there are times where the family has a conflict or has something and says, you know what, I'm not sure I want this. And so then what we do is lean into that in an effort to try and maintain that family, maintain that motivation, and seek support and ongoing consultation for that.
So in a funny way, as soon as the family says, I don't want you to come back, I see it as a therapeutic opportunity. That's not just about coming into the home. That's about something that has gone on where they're going, I don't know about this. That's exactly what we dealt with in first sessions, but it happens in later sessions. So as Marta said, the idea is we don't see it as they don't want us. We see it as there's something we have to work out with them along the way.
Yes, there was a question that if someone wanted to offer the service or be trained in the service, what would be the way to move forward with that?
Sí, parte del plan para el rollout de Functional Family Therapy en Puerto Rico incluye, ¿verdad? Nuestro deseo es que esto se pueda implementar en ambientes preventivos tales como las escuelas, por eso hay muchas personas aquí del Departamento de Educación. De igual manera, dentro de la reforma de la ley Family First, Functional se va a estar implementando con los jóvenes en el sistema de cuidado del Departamento de la Familia que ya están involucrados con Ley 88 y dentro de corrección, ¿verdad? Se va a implementar con los jóvenes que están en instituciones juveniles. Si a usted le interesa implementar Functional, le voy a pedir a las compañeras de Policy que se paren por aquí del equipo de política social de Nexo. Estas son las colegas con las que usted debe hacer contacto en el día de hoy. Por aquí tengo a Jennifer Montalvo, nuestra líder y directora de política social, Ivette Navas, Corina Delfino, Fabiola Meléndez. Si a usted les interesa, pueden acercarse a las compañeras y ellas nos van a hacer llegar la información. Cristi, no sé si tú quieres añadir algo más ahí.
Disculpen, que sí, que también se pueden poner en contacto conmigo y el equipo de ciencias de implementación también va a estar apoyando en ese
Así
esfuerzo.
que vamos a estar haciendo una listita de aquellos de ustedes que les interesa. Preguntas, comentarios, creo que Moni tiene un grupo allá.
Hi.
No se escucha.
Hello? See? Okay, see. Yeah. Thank you so much for everything. It's been a great presentation today. So, but I have basically two questions regarding the content and the behavioral change phase that you were discussing. I was thinking about the skills that you were talking about, and I guess my question is, so those skills that are offered or taught to the families during the therapy process, are they decided a priori, or are you choosing them? How do you decide, for instance, oh, it's communication, what we're working, and how is it decided that what it means to have a good communication in the instance of that family? Are you specifically searching for the context of the family, or is there an a priori idea of what is communication and what it should look like? Or are you searching for the local resources of that family and what they can do in their context specifically, or is it like a combination of both things?
It's a combination of both things. And, people get very frustrated with me because frequently my answer is yes, and yes, and yes, and. So it's a wonderful question. So here's what we've discovered. We've discovered that therapists want to say, well, what's the skill for this problem? What's the skill for, and they want to develop a toolbox of skills. You know what that ends up doing? It ends up taking away the process of doing skills. So where we've settled is there's some very simple things, and they are done a priori, right? But as you noticed in Marta and Sasha's discussion, which one and how much is contingent. It's contingent about what's going on. Communication is at the center of everything. Working something out with negotiating or problem solving, keeping out of a conflict so that you can get something done. And then the last one, which is pretty important that people don't do, is just work hard to develop a good relationship. Those always fit. And instead of more and more and more and more skills, our idea is to take fewer skills and do more with them. Now, your other question, the implication of your question is quite smart. Not that you're not smart in all your questions, but it's really smart. Where do we look for it? Just like everything we've talked about. Being clear is good. Being concrete is good. Being brief as a parent is useful. But exactly how that looks, that's not up to us. That's up to figuring out what fits in that context, right? And the who does what and the who says what in those conversations, that's also very contextual. So here's the one thing I want you to walk away with. The old toolbox notion might not be such a good one. And I'll just use myself as an example. I've got 10 toolboxes in my garage full of hundreds of tools that I don't know how to use. It's not how many tools you have, it's what you do with them.
¿Verdad? A medida de la presentación me di cuenta que parte del FFT es que es bien directivo. ¿Cuáles han sido las barreras que han identificado al el FFT pues, ser tan directivo y ser un estilo coaching para los pacientes?
Well, this is going to be an interesting answer. We have found very few barriers with our families. We've found lots of barriers with the clinicians, right? It went back to what I talked about before earlier, right? Which is, this doesn't fit. This is not what I do. This is not what I'm used to. So for a clinician, that's where the barrier is, right? And notice what I said. Interrupting is okay, but you don't always interrupt, right? Learning how to be contingent and do it when it fits and when it works is the point. So for us, the directiveness barrier, think about directiveness as not telling, but guiding. Think of directiveness as not forcing something that someone doesn't want, but helping them take their ultimate goal and helping them find the steps to get there. So directive, yes. But let me just say this, how many times have you sat with a family or a client and said, tell me everything? 3 sessions later, they've told you everything, and they're so discouraged, so unhappy, so hopeless, because they've just gone through every single thing that they struggle with. And if you do it with families with adolescents, they end up more angry with each other than less angry. So don't confuse directiveness with purposefulness, and don't confuse purposefulness with just being intentional with a change process. All of it only works if you also take your partner in the room, the family, and you fit it to them.
Thank you so much to all, and it has been a wonderful conference during all this day. As you know, artificial intelligence is gaining a lot of terrain for over the past couple of months. My question is artificial intelligence represent a challenge to evidence-based practices?
What a wonderful question. I love technology. So I think it doesn't provide a challenge. I think it provides an opportunity, right? So where is the opportunity? The opportunity is in training. We use a training model that we showed you really quickly, our learning management system that's AI-driven. You know how it's AI-driven? It's because we ask you to read and watch things and then show that you know the answer. If you know the answer in 4 questions, you're done. If you don't know the answer, then we want you to be proficient. So our learning management system continues to provide you with opportunities to learn, because questions are not about answers, questions are about learning. So AI in training is wonderful. AI will suddenly bring sessions like you've seen, and they'll turn them into simulations, which will be brilliant ways to move forward. Matt and I in the Care 4 sphere have talked about AI a lot. What if in our little funny 3 circles, what if those 3 circles could then say, you may want to consider doing this, you may want to consider doing that? What if AI in our Care 4 system could say, I know you don't see it yet, but all the data tells us in 2 sessions they're going to not let you in their home again. AI brings an amazing number of opportunities to the table. Will it replace a therapist? Yeah, in some cases with low risk cases where it's a psychoeducational thing. Will it ever replace people that can be as contingent and read the emotion, read the room and do that? We're a long ways from that. Maybe one day. But I see it as an opportunity, not as a threat. Wow, we must have been comprehensive and complete. And we're also at 4. Any other questions, any other thoughts you have? Anything you want to know, you can ask. If you didn't like something, you can tell us, you can ask. You know, there's really something about the end of the day that, oh, thank you.
Yo quería comentar que me parece que este tipo de intervención suele ser bien intuitivo. Entonces, nosotros los profesionales, cuando escuchamos estas intervenciones, podemos tener la experiencia de que ya lo hacemos, que ya conocemos, que lo hemos hecho antes. Y eso representa quizás una barrera en el aprendizaje en el momento de la aplicación de la intervención. ¿Qué cosas debemos tener los profesionales para poder acercarnos a este enfoque, ¿verdad? Tomando en cuenta esta perspectiva?
Again, what a wonderful, wonderful question, right? And this speaks to what are our barriers in doing this, right? Intuition, we all are people, we've lived lives, we've had experiences, we know what worked for us, we know what felt comfortable with us, we know all of those things. We need to be humble. We need to realize that our experience is not the experience of other people. You're well-trained, you're doctoral students, you have PhDs, you're social workers, you have licenses. That doesn't mean we shouldn't be humble and realize that the experience of a family is the experience of a family, and we need to approach that with humility and with honest respect. And we should learn from that. And that doesn't mean that you don't know what you're going to do. I think we've illustrated with FFT, there's a map. That map never changes. The question is how much and which part and what to emphasize. So again, what I would say was with our intuition, it's great for us. It just doesn't fit everybody. Be humble, be thoughtful, be respectful, and don't not use your intuition. But you know, again, being a former musician, I always say this. You know, you look at Miles Davis and these wonderful jazz musicians and you think, they're so intuitive. No, they're not. They're just really good at following the structure and playing between. Intuition is learning to play between structure. I'm redefining intuition. That would be our answer.
Estamos dando un espacio. Creo que hay un comentario aquí al frente, Mónica. Aquí, Glorimar. ¿No? ¿O era una pregunta? Ahí va.
En español. La hago en español. Buenas tardes. Me gustaría agradecer esta excelente oportunidad de adiestramiento para todos los profesionales en el área de la salud mental. Quiero pues, más bien hacer un comentario sobre los videos. Pienso que en todos ellos tenían un denominador común y es el amor. Como para muchos jóvenes hijos, los regaños se convierten en un significado de que sus padres no los aman. Y también es una reflexión para nosotros mismos como padres, yo pensando como madre, y muchas veces como nosotros, por miedo a que ellos se equivoquen, por miedo a que las cosas no salgan como uno quisiera que les salieran a ellos, uno tiende a regañarlos, hasta presionarlos y no aceptarlos tal como ellos son. ¿Verdad? Yo tengo un niño de 10 años, va para 11, si Dios quiere, pronto en marzo, y estábamos hablando, ¿verdad? Y hemos tenido situaciones en las cuales él ha dicho cosas que no son ciertas. En otras palabras, mentir. Y yo estaba hablando con él y le decía, ¿verdad? ¿Por qué no decir la verdad? Es más fácil. Si piensas en las consecuencias que eso trae, es más fácil ser sincero. Y él me dice, mamá, es que si te digo la verdad, tú te vas a enojar. Y yo le dije, bueno, vamos a hacer un trato. De ahora en adelante, tú te comprometes a ser sincero en lo que ocurre independientemente de lo que pase, y mamá se compromete a no enojarse. Y él espontáneamente me abrazó y me dio un beso. Entonces yo dije, bueno, pues por ahí vamos por el camino, ¿ves? Pero de verdad que el trabajo de los padres es arduo, es hermoso, pero también conlleva muchos retos. Y creo que la clave de todo está en el amor, en saber escuchar y comprenderse y llegar a acuerdos.
Yes. And you picked up exactly what the videos were about. Exactly. You know, when you scold your 10-year-old, you do it because you want him to be better. When you scold your 10-year-old, you do them because you're scared that he's not learning what he needs to learn. Scolding behind scolding, this is what we've been talking about all day. Behind scolding is love, right? And you have to find a way to communicate that differently. So if you walk away with yes and, walk away with this, which is behind bad behavior is something good if you can see it, hear it, and when you can, you won't feel the need to scold anymore. You exactly were on target. Wonderful observation.
Empezamos, tenemos un comentario más.
Saludos. Le quería preguntar, ¿desde qué edad mínima se puede estar implementando?
So under the Family First legislation, there's some specific requirements about where that funding stream can be, and we implement FFT throughout a developmental spectrum. So we work with families that have children as young as under 1. We work with families who have young adults over 21. And so we have been able to contextualize FFT to work within a developmental spectrum.
Saludos a todos. La pregunta sería, los asuntos culturales que pueden estar afectando una familia, como por ejemplo creencias sobre la participación del niño en las decisiones de la familia, se deben trabajar en la etapa de remarcar en la primera etapa, porque, ¿verdad? Lo traigo porque en Puerto Rico esta creencia sobre la participación del niño o el joven en decisiones de la familia o importantes a veces pues es bastante predominante, y pregunto si se trabaja, ¿verdad?, desde la primera etapa.
Yes, absolutely. And so part of that would be being able to understand from that unique family what the fit is. So in the videotape we watched with the grandmother and the young girl, there was a real negotiation there. And the parent was able to have that teenager really be part of the decision making. Now with a different family, that would look different. We would want to help facilitate how they're going to work through that problem, but it might not culturally be a match for that teenager to be saying to their elder, their parent, their grandparent nonetheless, that, no, I don't want to do that, can we do this? And so that's all about how we match, and both in the beginning and reframing, the language we use, how we talk about it, is all about how we would match to that individual unique family. And that was one of the things that did come up in our contextualization conversations about the role that people play within the family in Puerto Rico, and how we would want to understand that at a larger contextual level, but also at that individual client matching level.
Tengo una pregunta acá al frente.
Saludos, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Josué Lugo. Tengo una pregunta. ¿Qué características contextuales ha identificado en Puerto Rico como peculiares dentro del proceso de escuchar?
Cristina, yo creo que esa pregunta es para usted.
Yo creo que es una pregunta colaborativa del equipo, pero definitivamente, un placer que exacto. Tal vez podemos escuchar de ellos primero y yo regreso a mí para entonces poder contestar lo que usted desea.
Can you say your question once more? I want to make sure I answer the right one, which is not always what I do.
¿Qué características contextuales ha identificado en Puerto Rico como peculiares en el proceso de escuchar?
Gosh, I'm not sure I know exactly how to answer that because I'm good up to the listening process part, right? And, you know, I think there is a different family hierarchy here than there may be other places, right? So that hierarchy involves the power and the hierarchy, and that involves different people than maybe we might be used to other places, and that's important to do. Now, so here's the interesting thing. Are you going to get an extended family member to listen in the same way you're going to have a biological parent like this wonderful lady in the blue at the end with her 10-year-old? Is she going to listen in the same way? And that's probably not. So I don't know exactly how to answer that, except that it's going to be different. And we have to sort of sort that through. But you just taught me something. Because what you taught me is that we have to think about not just how you say things to people, but how people hear things within the different structure of the family. So I'm not trying to opt out of your question, but my head's spinning now. Like I said, you taught me something.
So I would just add one thing to your question, that in my family of origin, we don't interrupt each other. And I don't interrupt my elders, particularly my grandparents. We have a calm, quiet way of communicating. That's not exactly been my experience here in Puerto Rico. Okay. Good, I'm glad nobody was offended. And so what I have learned is that the way in which you communicate is different. And so whereas coming from where my family of origin, I may see that as rude or disrespectful, that in a Puerto Rican culture, that's a way of demonstrating excitement and interest and investment by talking over each other, talking fast, talking at the same time. So I think, to your point, the other piece is we will not be the ones providing the service here. Those of you who have been trained here, who live here, this is your home, will be the ones providing the service. And so have some of that real knowledge. But I'd say that was one of the things that I learned.
Y completamente estoy de acuerdo.
And always start with coffee.
Yes.
And you need like 10 minutes to say hello and how everyone's doing. Don't be a New Yorker and show up and immediately start with your agenda. Give some time to warm in.
Quiero añadirle que me encanta la pregunta porque una de las cosas del elemento de escuchar, yo creo que sería responder desde lo que hemos escuchado. Y las familias han sido bien verbales de decirnos, la familia extendida es importante, nuestras abuelas son importantes, el rol de la mujer en nuestras familias es importante. So, definitivamente hay muchas cosas que las familias nos están diciendo que tal vez son aún más valiosas de lo que yo podría responder, en el sentido también de lo que los jóvenes nos están diciendo. Los jóvenes están diciendo, yo quiero servicio, yo quiero ese espacio con mi familia, donde yo le pueda decir a mi familia qué yo necesito. Eso es lo que hemos escuchado en escuchar. También estoy completamente de acuerdo, por ejemplo, atándolo a la pregunta de la compañera acá, cómo se debe ser directivo o no directivo, purposeful, en un contexto donde nosotros hablamos rápido, donde nosotros nos interrumpimos, cómo se inserta ese terapeuta y cómo hace matching en ese momento. Esas son las preguntas que nos estamos haciendo y mirando en la contextualización.
Tienes a Mónica allí.
First of all, congratulations to the Department of the Family and the Group Nexos for a wonderful, wonderful activity. And our people from, the people from Family, thank you. This has been very, very interesting. I'm an attorney, so I've learned a lot. But I have a question. Have you ever, any of you or someone you know, been cited as an expert witness in a court case?
Yeah, and it's absolutely no fun. And the reason it's no fun is this, because those are two systems with entirely different goals and objectives, right? My goal and objective is to overlook certain things to help people develop and move along. That's not to mean I'm a mandate, I'm not going to let bad things happen, but I have to look at it in a different way. So when you're an expert witness in this process, you have to translate between the therapy world and the legal world, right? I'm not saying say something that isn't true, I'm not saying, but you have to translate it. You're an attorney, you know what's going to happen with the judge. If I tried to talk in words like you heard today, the judge would go, what in the world are you speaking about? They want to know concrete, specific, you're about facts, right? You're about facts. Were the facts right? Were the facts wrong? It's very clear cut. In what I do, there's nothing that's clear cut. So the best I can say to you in my role as an expert witness that I've been called in, and it's mostly been about large systems, right? Or in this foster care system, are we mistreating families and things like that? But I would say at a more specific level, it's a translation process. And you have to be very, very thoughtful about translating. Because if I'm an expert witness, I am a witness for the court. I'm also an advocate for a family. I have to find the middle ground between that, and that's why I use the word translation. Translate therapy terms to facts that are concrete, that are specific, that are actionable, but that also represent this non-factual, a little more fuzzy kind of world. It's not easy. You have to be very careful. I think it's a very specific skill. But what I would also say is I've seen lots of expert witnesses that do things like, here are the assessments, here's what it's done, you know, this mother or father is unfit to have their child. I would also say that misses the other side of it, because that you're never going to capture the complexity of what it is. So I really think the experts have to be really careful, and the better they are embedded in understanding how families work, the better they can honestly represent, if they do good translation, facts to a judge, facts to a court in a way that they understand that does both things.
Bueno, espero que, ¿verdad? Empezamos el día hablando de escuchar, entender, integrar constantemente. Así que yo espero que este sea el principio de muchas de estas conversaciones. Les recuerdo que esto se va a grabar, que va a estar disponible en la página de Families First Puerto Rico, al igual que la página de Grupo Nexos, que en abril volvemos con un evento, ¿verdad?, de este mismo formato. Me dicen los colegas de housekeeping que por favor verifiquen sus correos electrónicos. Usted completó la preprueba y recibió un email. Debe recibir igualmente un email sobre la postprueba. Eso es lo que nos garantiza de que usted tiene todo set para recibir los créditos de educación continua. Sabemos que la señal de internet aquí es un poco difícil, pero no se retire sin verificar eso, y si necesita apoyo puede pasar por registro. Queremos agradecer a nuestros colegas de Casey Family Foundation, ¿verdad?, que fueron los que continúan auspiciando el proyecto de contextualización. De igual forma a la ADFAN por auspiciar este evento, a todos ustedes por sacar su sábado y estar aquí. Gracias mil. Si tienen algún comentario, si quieren luego sostener reuniones con nosotros con respecto a cómo va a correr los adiestramientos, las certificaciones, no duden en aproximarse a una de las compañeras del equipo de Policy o a Cristina. Así que lleguen bien a sus casas, buen fin de semana. Gracias por estar aquí.